Noon to you. Welcome to Winton Motor Raceway, located in the heart of Ned Kelly Country in central Victoria. We are here for round 2 of the VSRS, the Vic State Race Series, and we are absolutely delighted to be here to bring you all of the action live and free on the VSRS TV, Blendline TV feed, whether you're tuning in on Facebook or on YouTube. Either way, we're ecstatic that you are here and tuning into the free action. As I said, this is round 2 of the VSRS, in excess of 200 cars, the majority of them making their way the 3-hour trip up the Hume Freeway from Melbourne to the rural town of Benalla. And with that, we have 10 different categories. Behind me, the Saloon cars are just finishing off the final qualifying session for Saturday. And what we have coming your way very shortly is 10 competitive races across 10 different categories. And that includes Formula Ford, the sports sedans, improved production, and the ever-popular sports cars, along with the improved production cars. So variety is your thing in motorsport. You've certainly come to the right place, and we're absolutely delighted that you're here. As you can see, it is 27 degrees, or a predicted top of 27 degrees this afternoon, and not a cloud in the sky. So conditions are absolutely perfect for motor racing. This is round 2 of a 5-round calendar for the VSRS. And with that, we
Thank you very much, Callum Brannigan down there in pit lane. Great to have Callum down there covering off everything for what is happening trackside here today. Of course, the first race up for this weekend is the BMW E30 race number 1. And they have obviously qualified this morning. Straight after that, we'll go to the Porsche 944s at 12:50 for the start of their race. And we go down to the MG and invited British cars. All these races, 9 laps, and the Hyundai XLs will be on for their 9-lapper at 1:40. The sports cars, their 9-lapper. Of course, the sports cars in tomorrow's trim, we will see them doing a 1-hour race. Everyone else will be doing a 9 and a 10-lapper. So a 40-minute race, for the sports cars tomorrow. So they have a short, sharp sprint today, and then the sports cars go to a 40-minute race for tomorrow in the afternoon, and that will be on at 1:55. The Formula Fords are first on track today at 2:30. Looking forward to seeing the Formula Fords. They've been very, very busy over the last few weeks. Of course, round 1 at Sandown only 3 weekends ago, and then we went to Phillip Island last weekend for the National Series, which was part of the round 1 of the Shannon's Motorsport Australia Championships, and then here this weekend for the Victorian Championships. And there's a lot to keep going. We've got Formula V, sports, sedan, saloon cars, and that'll see us out for today, but we're looking forward to seeing the BMW E30s on track.
Plenty of action on track, and at times the exhaust pipes were literally getting into the way. Jeff Bowles had a fantastic weekend in the number 24 machines. He was entrenched in a weekend-long battle with the number 51 of Simon Leach. The E30s also shared the track with the historic touring cars, providing its own unique set of challenges. Ashley Rogers was making his way through the field, but it was still Jeff Bowles in the number 24 who had his hands full with Rory Plant in the number 7 car. It was Alex Jory in the number 22 car who was doing all of the winning at Sandown, as he took out 3 races from 3 starts in the number 22 orange machine. at the head of the field. Simon Leach was still doing a fantastic job defending from Paul Schiff in the number 54 BMW E30. But once again, a historic touring car entrant had his effect on the race. Jess Bell, club president, unfortunately out for the weekend after taking the walk, bringing out the red flag.
Thank you very much, Callum Brannigan, for the recap from Sandown at round one at Sandown International Motor Raceway. We are alive and pictures potentially rolling out around the world as we speak. We've got no pictures here in the commentary booth at the moment or any timing, so we'll just run with the grid sheet that we've got in front of us. Alex Jory sits right next to, Jeremy Payne with a 136.75 sits right next to Alex Jory. And I'm joined by Donovan Monaghan from the BMW E30 series. Donovan, it's pretty good sharp times early this morning in beautiful conditions here at Winton, isn't it?
It was fantastic early this morning. Nice cool conditions to make the most out of the tyres and the temperature for the engine. So we've got Simon Schiff sitting on row 2 there next to Jesse Bryant. Coming on the third grid is Jeffrey Bowles, followed by Cameron Hudson. Rory Plant on the fourth row next to Paul Schiff, Simon's father. Ashley Rogers, one of our new members to the club this year, sitting there in 9th with Ryan Carter, another new member in 10th right next to him. Stuart Clark in 11th and Rod Martin out of 12th. And on the last row of the grid we've got Elwyn, one of our new members as well, in 13th. And Brian Burke, who is starting rear of grid due to a minor indiscretion in qualifying where he didn't see a yellow flag and inadvertently overtook Jeff Bowles.
Gee, that's a very rare mistake from Brian Burke, and also sitting off the back of the grid is strange. That car as well, isn't it?
He did make comment to me as he came back from the race stewards with tail between the legs that it was going to be a fun race one. So he's looking forward to a little bit of overtaking today, I think.
So I guess we're going to keep our eyes out for the number 27, which, for mine already states a clear intent, the World Championship
Casey
number
Stone.
that Alan Jones and Casey Stoner both use. So
Yep.
it's a very famous Australian motorsport number.
Indeed.
And quite often, the number 27 in the BMW E30s finds his way right to the very front of the race. There it is, set on the front row of the grid, and we are just about to embark on round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. The BMWs, the colourful one-make series, just about to get us away. You can see the heat locally here. That's not bad film. That's actually great film, but that's the heat that's coming out of this central Victorian or northeastern Victorian part of the world. And we are set for a race start. Very well lined up, and they get away beautifully off the grid there. Alex Jory in the orange car there gets away nicely and will lead the field down into turn number 1. They bunch themselves up as the Winton track funnels down into turn 1 there. They all give each other a nice little bit of room, just easing their way through that part of the track and giving each other plenty of racing room to get through, as there is Brian Burke already pushing his way up into the middle of the pack there. In fact, he's already looks like he's going to try and push for that P5 by the time we get to the sweeper.
I think so. Jeremy Payne not getting the best of starts there off the line. I think maybe a little bit extra wheel spin. Looks like he's fallen back into third position behind Alex Jory and Jesse Bryant. And there he is now pushing the rear of Jesse Bryant, trying to get around the outside in the first of the tied hairpins in the middle of the track.
So in qualifying here at this round last year, which was pretty much signified the end of our championship last year, we got to Winton, and unfortunately COVID took over and saw the end of it. It was Chris Bell qualified in fastest to Alex Jory, Simon Schiff. Brian Burke was 4th in the first race, went to Chris Bell with Jeremy Payne and Brian Burke and Alex Jory. Hence why we said the number 27 should start to push through pretty hard here today. And just looking in the back of shot there, he's certainly on the move.
From memory, that was the short track event as well.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't?
Long track state
it was
round.
still long
Not
track.
the, There was another round.
That was the short. That's right. Yes. So.
Jesse Bryant in the 38.
Very wide there. Thought he was coming into the pits for a moment.
Dropped the wheel off the back of the white line there.
That's compromised him down the front straight. Simon Schiff getting a good run out of the last corner there, moving to the outside for turn 1, but I don't think Jesse's going to let him have that. Although Jesse is driving a borrowed car this weekend, but no, he's not let him have that corner, and he's held that line.
Haven't managed to cast my eyes over the Bathurst 6-hour entry list. Last year, Jesse was an entry in a BMW. I'm not too sure whether he's in this year's race or not.
I think he was in a 1 Series or an M1
series,
there
yeah.
in Bathurst. That's right, yes. Yeah, so I'm not sure what the go is with his calendar this year, but he's back running Mike's car this weekend because Mike's overseas, I believe. So there, and Simon is really starting to give Jesse a hurry up all the way around this track now. We've got Brian there, a couple of cars back as well, so that I think puts Brian in 5th or 6th, maybe 6th, in there behind Cameron Hudson, who's returning to the category after a couple of years. He's been off riding mountain bikes, having fun, and he's looking very keen to get back into it this round. So, and here we go. Jeremy has caught up to the back of Alex in turn 10 there, and he's not going to want to. He's not going to want to hang around. He is going to want to get past Alex Jury as quickly as he possibly can.
Jeremy Payne in the red Avis sponsored vehicle out there, coming around onto the main straight to complete lap number 2. 9 laps the journey here, and in qualifying a 1:36 was the fastest lap time. So ideal conditions, I guess about now. They're probably going to start to peter off as we start to get some track temp in. Yep. The sun starts to hit the blacktop, and that's when, in this case, the Yokohama engineers come out and start to advise on starting pressures in these cars.
Well, they're learning the cars a little bit to afresh this season. We're giving those Yokohamas a little bit extra work this year. We've increased the vehicle's minimum weight by 20 kilograms. So the cars might be feeling a little bit different to usual. The tyres may be getting a bit hotter earlier in the race, so it'll be interesting to see how everybody's adapted their driving style. Perhaps maybe the setup of the cars need to change a little bit, but it's all in trying to be able to get more cars into the category. The 4 doors, as you'll see, most of our cars here are 2 doors except for a couple. The 4 doors are a little bit heavier, so we thought if we increase the minimum weight, that'll make it easier for them to be competitive, and we'll get more cars on the grid.
It's good thinking there, a little bit like Formula One. Everyone's just getting a little bit around the waist this season.
Yes.
No, it's the Formula One are certainly...
we won't be having trouble with our brake ducts, though.
No, that's true. There's a whole lot of issues going on there. A little bit of a tag there, just coming across the back there. So the 43 of Jeremy Payne getting very, very close to Alex Jory, just letting him know, hey, I'm here. I'm ready to go with this. So really, that's just like a little bump rubber that sits across the rear bumper. But that, I guess, the problem with that now is that race control see that and they think, well, that could be a projectile.
Yeah, it's a very thin piece of plastic. I think it's probably pretty safe. We've got Dave Stillwell doing our driving standards this weekend. He'll be up in the tower, and I'm sure that he'll let the clerk of course know that that's probably not a particularly dangerous piece of material there, so hopefully it doesn't bring out the meatball flag.
So Donald, can you just run through who we've got sitting first, second, third, etc.?
Right, so we've got Alex Jury, as we saw in the lead, followed closely by Jeremy Payne in second place. Jesse Bryant still being given the hurry up there by Simon Schiff, and Brian Burke, as you said, is already in 5th position in behind Simon there, probably wanting to get past pretty quickly.
So then it goes back out of the 5 to Hudson, Bowles, Rory Plant in the 4 door, the famous 4 door,
yes,
the Lone Ranger there normally. Then it's Schiff, Rogers, Carter, Clark, and Martin round out the 13 contenders here for the BMW E30s here this weekend.
Brian's really being held up here by these two, Jesse, Brian, and Simon Schiff having their little battle. This will be interesting into 10 here. We could We could see some side-by-side round the corner. Brian is not going to try and put it up the inside. There was a little bit of contact last year with Brian at that corner, so he's probably a little gun-shy there. So here we go, Simon on the outside of Jesse again into the second to last corner. But no, Jesse's deeper on the brakes there. Has he gone wide again? No, he hasn't. So Simon's really, really improved his game over the last season and a half. So he'd be very happy to be running around in a fourth, potentially third position with Brian there right in behind. Forming a little bit of a pack there. We've got 3 there, another 3 coming up behind those. So maybe we could see a 6-car pack forming very shortly here. Looks like Jeff Bowles might have moved in underneath Cameron Hudson there into 2. 1-2, so Jeff Bowles moving forward on the grid now. Cam's might be a little bit rusty, so I'm not sure what that braking was there. It might have been Simon, and there we go, Brian up the inside of Simon into 5, but not able to make the move stick long term.
It gets a little bit harder the further the Transrock number 27 gets up the field. It's like the old water finds its level. The plumbers operate on that pretty much all the time, don't they? You work to get to where you can, and then the cars in front make it a little bit less easy to push your way through to the front. Interestingly enough, at the moment, Jeremy Payne is the fastest car on track. And what is interesting about that is that it is a 1:38.2, and in qualifying we're doing a 36.7. So I would suggest we've already hit peak Winton as far as the track conditions are concerned, because 4 laps in, the Yokohama certainly will be up to operating temperature. Everything about the package will be rip-roaring, ready to go. So that is where we'll be.
Now, I noticed there's some windows down out there as well, so we might find the drivers are reaching peak temperature as well. So with another, 4 laps to go in the race still. So it looks like Simon's fallen off the back of Jesse a little bit there, Jesse Bryant, with having to deal with Brian Burke coming out of the last corner.
So, of course, a very, very controlled formula is the BMW E30s. If you haven't seen them before, the Garagistic series, there's certainly a long list of commercial partners, Donovan, that you guys travel around with.
Indeed there are. So, and we've just brought on, the beginning of this round, we've just brought on a new partnership with Liqui Moly. So they've joined the category as a category sponsor. That's fantastic work there from our marketing committee member, Rory Plant, to bring those guys on board, and we're very happy to have them on board and have the signage on the cars this round. On top of that, we've got, as you mentioned, Garagistic as our primary sponsor this season, and have been for a number of seasons now, so we're very grateful that they've stuck with us. They stuck through us all through COVID, and that was fantastic of them to do. We've got the BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne, one of our sponsors as well, so it's great to have an increasing car club, a growing car club of the BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne on board with us. So we're very grateful to have them as well.
Here we go. This is going to be a swap of position here. Jesse Bryant not flowing the car well out through the top round the Gumtree, but he gets away with it for that time around, because at the moment it is Simon Schiff, and he has got it going on in front of him and behind him, with someone gone to the dirt as well there. So
might have been Jeremy or Jeremy Payne or Alex.
Yeah, I'd say it's one of the front cars there, because this is the battle essentially for third place there. Jesse Bryant currently holding third place, and we go to Simon Schiff. Brian Burke, who started rear of grid, now into P5, and what he has done is he has brought Jeff Bowles right into this as well, and Cameron Hudson. So Cameron Hudson started out of 6th, he's gone back a spot to 7th. You just get the feeling at the moment that the car of Jesse Bryant, the number 38, has just got these guys bottled up a little bit at the moment, because the leaders have certainly got themselves away. They're just over 12 seconds clear, and then it's almost like the cork coming out of the bottle.
It's certainly leading to some very good racing there, with Jeff Bowles putting up the inside of Brian Burke into turn 1, I believe it was. So Brian won't be very happy about that. I know Brian very well, and he doesn't like being overtaken. So he's going to want to get that back, and he's going to want to get past Jesse and Simon as quickly as he can.
Well, it might be one thing to come charging from the back of the grid, but doesn't stop anyone from fighting back if they got caught out a little bit by Brian's attack to the front of the field. But the Transport Rock green car, smack bang in the middle of our screen at the moment, definitely chasing down Jeff Bowles. This is a good battle. Here we go at the front. This is our race leader. Now we'll see who actually comes out of this difficult part of the track from the outside there for the number 43 of Jeremy Payne. Always end up having to comply and dropping in behind our race leader Alex Jory as he comes down. 7 laps down. And
we've been made probably more aware this season that the clerk of course and the driving standards officers will be more stricter on the way in which overtakes are done this season. We're being told you must give room on the inside if somebody's there. There's no chopping the nose off. There's no pushing people off the track. So I think everybody's probably being a little bit ginger about that, because you know what it's like. The red mist comes down, and
all the intention is when they roll out on the track to do that. It's all good and well in the marshalling area and the dummy grid. And then once we get into the race, this is actually being a tremendous battle that we're seeing here with Jory and Payne. And certainly Jory seems to have the package. He seems to have a good bit of straight line handling. So
he does,
I'm going to say he's got a nice strong engine in that one. But Jeremy Payne certainly around this part of the track ranges up big. It's now where it's all about horsepower and getting it to the ground. No wheel spin, power down to the next right angled 90-degree corner to the left. He looks to the outside, so he's able to position the car in a threatening position. But at the moment, the driver of the 22, Alex Jory, is just managing to put his car in the spot. Here's the lunge down the inside. This is a good move. Now we can make it hold.
There.
Makes it hold very nicely. Push Jory right round the outside. They're going to go side by side. At some point, Jory has to capitulate, and there it is. Gee, there's a big drop-off off the back of that ripple strip here as well. So you don't want to go off the back of that, or you don't want to come back on too hard. That'll tear the inside of the tyre off the wheel. And I did notice as we come around here onto the old S's, now turn 1 and 2, there's quite the drop-off off the back of the ripple strip there. So if you're out that wide, you're already in trouble anyway. So you have to deal with that. Here comes the rest of the field. So we're on our final lap here in the garagistic BMW E30.
Looks like Simon Schiff has made it through on Jesse Bryant there, who's now going to have to contend with Jeff Bowles and Brian Burke on the final lap of the race. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not Jeff Bowles can make... Oh, and looks Jesse's come off. Now that car's been set up by Mike, who has a bit of a heritage in rallying, so that car won't mind being off there in the gravel. But it's definitely not the fastest way around this track.
I tell you what, though, I was pretty much right about Schiff being held up by Brian, because once he's gone through, he's cleared him. He has got a good 4 or 5 seconds up the road. And there's 3 cars behind Jesse at the moment that I think if they could, I guess as Brian Burke runs very wide, I was going to say use a bit of a different line. That's what Brian's doing. Certainly Jesse was using a different line on the run between 3 and 4.
We call that the fireman line.
They do. Our race leaders now, they're starting to work their way towards the checkered flag.
Looks like Jeff's got on the outside of Jesse Bryant there, coming into 10. He's probably going to try and hold that.
He'll try and hold, and that'll give him the run to the checkered flag for sure. Here's our race leader, and this is Jeremy Payne. He's had a good run.
Spent 8 laps behind Alex, but as they say, the last lap's the only important one.
Exactly, and he gets it. He gets the win. First race win for round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. The BMW
this is going
E30.
to be an interesting run to the line here.
Very interesting indeed. We're going to have to cast our eyes to the time now. Let's see how long it takes it to combobulate this one. And
I think Jesse might have just gotten that over Brian. It does look like it.
He has.
Yes, he has got it by nothing.
It is by 0.001 of the second, so very close. So Jeremy Payne takes the win over Alex Jory. Simon Schiff, Jeff Bowles gets through. Jesse Bryant held on in the end to position number 5. Then Brian Burke in the 27. Rory Plant home in 7th place there as well. Then Cameron Hudson out of 8th. I guess Cameron, who started out of 6th, he's the one that's gone back a couple of spots there.
Yeah.
So
Paul Schiff coming in 9th. Ashley Rogers coming in 10th, Ryan Carter in 11th, Stuart Clark in 12th, Rod Martin in 13th, and Elwyn Lynn coming in 14th.
So terrific way to open today's racing for round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Thanks for joining us trackside and indeed on the coverage via our live streaming via YouTube, via the Blendline TV YouTube channel, and I know various of the associations are streaming the coverage as well to their Facebook pages as well. So great to have everyone on board here at Winton Motor Raceway. We've still got plenty of racing, and on track next will be the 944s. Back in a few moments for 944s. Thank you.
Victorian Porsche 944 Challenge, supported by Triple Eight Home Loans at Sandown International Raceway. And it was once again a battle between the 944 Titans in defending champion James Westaway against Cameron Bella. James Mitchell with this big spin going into turn 1 in the opening race of the weekend. Adam Brewer was certainly up there in podium contention as well, but it was this move up the inside that gave Cameron Bella the win in the opening race. Adam Brewer stepped up the pace at the start of race 2, taking the challenge up to Jamie Westaway in the number 1 car. Incredibly tight through turn 3. Slight touch between the two. Jamie Westaway securing P2. Carter Fox, meanwhile, had a bit of a character building weekend in the number 7 vehicle. Fox pressed on as he continues to become familiar with the 944. Jamie Westaway took out race 2 of the weekend and got his third and final race of the weekend off to a fantastic start. Carter Fox was once again up against James Mitchell, the number 7 battling the number 46. Keith Mariner lurking in the background as well, but it was Jamie Westaway who took out the round.
Cars on track now for race 1 for the weekend, the 9-lapper for the Porsche 944s. And news just overnight is that the Pit Lane Clothing Company, which is emblazoned down the side of Jack Attley's car, have joined the series and are giving a Pit Lane clothing gift pack to 944 competitor this weekend to announce the partnership. Really exciting announcement there for the Porsche 944s. Of course, they've got Triple Eight Home Loans on with them as well this season, doing a tremendous job. Great to see the catch-up package from the previous round at Sandown International Raceway as we cast our eyes to the grid as the Porsches make their way around. Good field of cars here this weekend. 16 cars on track making their way to Central Victoria. And it will be James Westaway who got the fastest lap down, a 1:35.5 for pole position. Sorry, it'll be Cameron Bella on pole position with a 1:34.84 with James Westaway right alongside. So situation the same as what it was at Sandown. P3, Adam Brewer, who was also sitting in there as well at Sandown. Mark Torbert's great to see Mark back in the black and gold number 74. He's made his way into position 4 in qualifying with 1:35.98. Anthony Westaway, or Tony to his friends, 1:36.30 in position number 5. Mark Verdino in the number 44 in 6th position. Michael Westaway, a 1:36.86. Richard Howe in position number 8 with a 1:37. Josh Brisbane, a 1:38. Andrew Jackman in 10th. 11th is Carter Fox. Keith Mariner in position number 11. 13th is Vlad Kennedy. Jack Attley, we aforementioned in the Pit Lane Clothing Porsche 944, the red car. And then we go to Andy Tunda and John Venoris rounding out now. field of 944s as the cars come around the final corner on their warm-up lap to take the grid. And the 8 home loan Porsche 944s will be the second race for this round, round 2, Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. As they just slowly take up their grid position. 16 cars, good field. 15 in the BMW E30s as well. There's the pit lane clothing car of Jack Attlee. We thank Jack and the crew of Pit Lane Clothing for the support of the category, along with 888 home loans here this weekend. So not only is Jack a competitor, his sponsor is weighing into growing the publicity and the attention around the 944s. We are set for a race start. 9 laps the journey. Watch that gold car of Jamie Westaway. He has to get a good start to go with Cameron Bella. The last thing he wants to do is give Cameron Bella a clear getaway, and Cameron's done exactly that. Mark Torbitz goes into position number 3 as Adam Brewer just takes evasive action into number 31 right at the last minute there, trying to haunt Mark Torbitz out of that. Up the outside this time, there's Dick Howe in the number 8, dodging and weaving around Mark Verdino. And we've got 2 going off wide there, the 44 and the 8, so that's Verdino and Richard Howe. They were getting on with it at turn 3 and the run down to 4, which of course has been reshaped over the last 18 months or so. And around goes the Poolmaster entry of Andrew Jackman. A lot of dust goes up in the air as we're giving the Winton Motor Raceway a good coating. Very low ride height in the back of the number 20 there as he just pulls in front of the number 32 of John Venoris. And they go around the famously named water tank, the flag point right in the middle of that set of corners. Around the gum tree they go. And we go back to our race leader, which is Cameron Bella. Jamie Westaway knows he has to go with him. Bella in the number 55. Westaway in the 1. Taking last year's series for Ausfield Oil Distributors. And currently sitting in P2. He does not want to see Cameron Bella drive away. The master of cold Yokohama tyres in this category is Cameron Bella. You look back just outside the top 5 with Mark Verdino, Michael Westaway, and they come around to complete lap number 1 for 888 Home Loans, the Porsche 944s. And there is a communication board going out to the field that will have someone's number on it, and they'll be holding a meatball flag or a black flag, something like that. So we'll catch up with what that information was as soon as we can. There's Jack Attlee in the Pit Lane Clothing entry, splendid in the red and white. And right behind Jack, he's gone up into position number 9 is Keith Mariner, Richard Howe. The number 15, Mandy Tudor in there as well. Good look at the side of Richard Howe's car in the German colours there, the black, yellow and red. And he goes off the track again. Not sure why that was. A little momentary lapse in concentration there from Dick Howe. And he goes all wheels to the dirt. A little bit of a jump over the ripple strip getting back on there. So let's hope he hasn't done any damage. And he gives the car in front there a bit of a hurry up as well. Keith Mariner in the number 64 and tears the rear bumper off it. So Richard Howe getting very, very aggressive with it here today. He was aggressive down between 3 and 4 on the first lap, and now he's aggressive coming out of Gumtree with Keith Mariner in the number 64. Ranges alongside in the number 8. He's going to have to be big under brakes here because Keith looks straight down the inside as they come around to the penultimate corner on the lap here at the Winton Motor Raceway. So that bumper just being held on by one mounting screw now after Dick Howe gave it a bit of a nerf. So that will be very, very annoying, dragging behind the car there like that. It'll be sending a vibration back up through the rear panels, and you'll be wondering what's going on as we've got a car smoking on the run up to the last corner there. That's the number 44 there of Mark Verdino. started out of 6th place, and you'd have to suggest that with that steam coming out there like that, that's a some sort of head gasket or hose or something like that has come off the side link number 44, as we see the recovery crew, the Winton Motor Raceway recovery crew, swinging into action. Of course, fire extinguisher at the ready. We pretty sure that it was steam coming out of there, so there shouldn't be any fire present. So the recovery crew already on site. Give it a bit of a once over to make sure there's no fire, and they go to the bonnet clips to give it a open. That's a real shame there for Mark Verdino, and John Minoris has also removed himself from this one as well, gone into the pits. There's our safety car, ready to pick up the race leader a couple of corners away at the top end of the straight. So 7 laps remaining. We may see this race go a lap or two short, whilst the safety crew make sure that it's okay to extract that car of Mark Verdino out of our way. And the Winton Motor Raceway safety car just cruising, waiting for the field to catch up to it as they're just coming across the line now to complete lap number 3. It'll be Cameron Bella that is leading the way. The gap is really mathematical at the moment, being under safety car. It was Jamie Westaway in position number 2. Mark Torbertson, the number 74, dropping into 3. The 31 of Adam Brewer drops in as they all just cruise their way around behind the safety car. A very, very slow 60 kilometres an hour behind the safety car. That will take, it will feel like taking forever after they've been out and about racing very, very hard here this weekend. Of course, qualifying very, very close between all the drivers. After round 1 at Sandown, Jamie Westaway is leading the 2022 standings with Cameron Bella 4 points behind Adam Brewer on 84. So he's 10 behind. Then Richard Howe on 73, who's a further 11 behind there as well. Tony Westaway, Mark Torberts. And at the moment, Mark Torberts is trying to arrest that 6th and currently sitting 3rd in this race. Of course, we'd like to thank all of our officials and all the volunteers right around the track that continue to bring the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship alive. To become an official, check it all out at motorsport.org.au/officials. I'll say that again, motorsport.org.au/officials. If you want to get involved, trackside, no one is closer to the action than the trackside officials, but there's plenty of roles. There's pit and paddock area roles as well, pit lane, race control opportunities, all sorts of opportunities to get involved. Trackside, of course, we got the higher profile ones, I guess, are the flaggies that stand out in the flag points, whether it be rain, hail or shine, and can sometimes be a pretty tricky job when you've got snow on the nearby mountains here and wind chill factor that is freezing, and they're out and about doing all of their flag dutying roles. Of course, here at Winton Motor Raceway, we're lucky enough to have the automated flagging system, so we look around the track and you can see the safety car boards being held by flaggies, but there's also the information boards that are enacted upon from race control. And I'm going to suggest that we are probably not too far away from going racing yet. Safety car has gone off and we are back underway. Green lights showing right around the track. And away we go for, let's hope, another 5 laps of close racing for Triple Eight Home Loans. And it is getting willing already with Adam Brewer, Tony Westaway and Michael Westaway all over the back of Mark Torberts at the moment. It is the number 3, Mark Torberts. Sorry, the number 3 of Tony Westaway. He's got them all bottled up behind him. It's 31 in there as well, Adam Brewer. So Adam Brewer's gone back a spot on this restart. As they come around the famous Winton sweeper. There's the 31 of Adam Brewer, currently in P4. and leading the way very, very nicely indeed. There's Jack Atlee in the number 35, pit lane clothing entry, 56 right behind him. So Jack has moved up to position number 7 out of a starting spot of 14. So he's jumped half the field on his way to trying to get a result out of this race. In fact, this is a really good result for Jack Atlee if he can continue to push his way up through the field and get himself a nice result with this first race of the weekend as the cars stream down the straight. Great shots coming out of the Blendline TV crew as the number 74 of Mark Torbitts tips it into turn 1, flows it nicely, as does Tony Westaway behind him. Adam Brewer wanting to get a move on, started out of P3, didn't get the restart he wanted out of the safety car period. And there's the 3 of Tony Westaway. Great looking car, always well presented. And if you're ever concerned about Westaways, there's one in P2, there's one in 4, and there's one in 6. So they're liking their even numbers at the moment. Jamie Westaway, of course, in P2 to the winning Cameron Bella. Albeit that Jamie does wear the number 1 on his door as last year's champion. Cameron Bella, for numerous years prior to that, was the champion. The 944's always welcomed locally here by the fans here at Winton Motor Raceway. Pretty much predominantly a Victorian-based series, same as the BMW E30s. And normally a full field of Victorians running these 944s as well. And they've been a great inclusion ever since Dennis O'Keefe brought them along to the landscape all those years ago. Here we go again. Mark Torbert's really starting to feel the pressure coming from Tony Westaway. Tony wants to join the Westaway names with Jamie then himself, but at the moment it's Mark Torbert's. He holds his line into turn 1, dips it in nicely, carries the speed, and now Westaway has got Adam Brewer looking to the inside of the number 3. Leaves plenty of room there, but Brewer not being able to line up a safe braking manoeuvre into turn 3. With 3 laps to go in this 9-lapper for the 944s. Vidino and John Venoris not taking any further part in this race. Fastest lap to Cameron Bella, but this is where the battle is raging for the final spot on the podium for this race. And I can tell you, Mark Torbitts is not going to give this up easily. He needs to grab this P3 in this race to remain in the title hunt. Down in 6th place at the moment. Not a great result out of Sandown. Looking for a big result here in the AAA home loans. Porsche 944s, one of our race leaders, has gone very, very wide. I would say that's Jamie Westaway. Big dive down the outside this time around with the number 3 there. So Tony Westaway, and spins. Can't manage to keep it all together. He wants to engage a gear. He does very, very quickly. Spins around. He's lost a whole handful of positions there. That did not come off as he wanted to. A big late dive bomb. We've got another car off there as well. That is down on the third last corner there. The the left-hander coming onto the new part of the circuit. So a couple of spinners on that lap, and there's Jack Atlee. Has he been off as well? He's carrying dirt and bits and pieces underneath his car. So Jack was in 7th place and certainly carrying a lot of rubbish underneath the car there on the number 35. Don't want to mess that car up. It's got the brand new sponsor on the side, Pit Lane Clothing. Check it out. Check out their website. Great to see that they're contributing to the class or the category. We get a good look at Andrew Jackman, who spun in the opening stanza of this race. The number 64 there of Keith Mariner just in front. Carter Fox, who started out of 11th, is holding station in 11th and provided some fairly spectacular action at round 1 at Sandown. Bit of a look down there. The 20 goes up the inside of Keith Mariner, and Andrew Jackman gains a spot on the track. About 1.5 laps remaining where our leaders are. Well, actually, 1 lap remaining where our leaders are now, as Cameron Bella has got himself a very, very handy lead now over Jamie Westaway. And Jamie is actually potentially going to fall into the clutches of Mark Torberts in the black car, as the 20 just coming on to the pit straight. And it'll be Andy Tudor behind there as well. Currently looking at Adam Brewer in position number 4, and has ranged right up onto the back now of Mark Torberts. Mark's really going to have to swing into some defensive mode, as Tony Westaway, who was up as high as 5th, has dropped back to 8th place. Mark Torberts runs wide at the Gumtree, needs to hang on to this because the 31's coming at him. Adam Brewer started out at P3. He wants that back. Getting great drive onto the straight that runs down to the left-hander. We rejoin the new part of the track, albeit 20 years ago it was new. And really letting Mark Torberts know that he's there. Torberts holds on to the driver's right-hand side of the track so that he gets the inside running up to the penultimate corner. And goes around Cameron Bella across the line and takes the win, and a tidy one indeed. Last time round it was 5.8 seconds back to Jamie Westaway. It ends up being 5.6 seconds to Jamie Westaway. Mark Torberts hangs on strong into P3. He needed that. He needed that points haul from this first race for the weekend, and he'll go into tomorrow with a really good feeling about how his weekend will pan out. So Cam Bella takes the win over the number 1 of Jamie Westaway. Mark Torberts in the number 74 home in 3rd place. Adam Brewer, who started out of 3rd, ended up 4th, so he'll have some work to do from the outside of the second row of the grid come race 2 tomorrow. Michael Westaway over Richard Howe. Richard Howe, of course, went backwards at the start of that race after he got very aggressive exiting turn number 3 and lost a whole lot of track time there. Then we go back to Josh Brisbane. Jack Atley ultimately home in 8th position there, so that's a good run for both Josh Brisbane and for Jack Atley. Josh Brisbane out of 9th, Jack Atley out of 14th. So good run there for the pit lane clothing 944. Andrew Jackman. Keith Mariner home in 10th place. Then we go to Andy Tudor. Good drive there. Andy started out of 15th, up to 10, sorry. Then we've got Carter Fox, who started out of 11 and finished in 11. We go back to Anthony Westaway and Vlad Kennedy, rounding out our finishers there. Mark Verdino and John Venoris ultimately not getting home for the race finish. Plenty still to come. We've got MG and invited British cars on track next. After that is the XLs. We'll be back in just a moment.
Round 1 of the MGs and invited British sports cars at Sandown International Raceway. 21 cars turning out in British racing variety. Great move up the inside by Danny Chiara on James Dodd in the number 66. Meanwhile, Barry Pritchett was having a fantastic battle up against Gary Bulmer in the number 91 car. Michael Truthen had a fantastic move up the inside before losing it under brakes. He would go and finish third for the weekend. It was the Titans at the head of the field, however. The number 50 of Robin Bailey defending from Philip Chester, the defending champion. Bailey was definitely exploring track limits, but it was Chester who would make his way back into the lead with this move up the long back straight at Sandown. David Anderson also straight lining the turn going into Dandenong. Roger Gibb coming under pressure from Gary Bulmer going into Dandenong. The MGB through. Barry Pritchett on his way to P7, but it was Robin Bailey who took out the weekend.
Cars on track for their first race for round 2. The ever-exciting MG and invited British sports cars. So it basically covers MGs and Triumphs here this weekend in this field with MGBs, MGB GT V8s, MG Midgets, Triumph Stags, Triumph TR7 V8, Triumph Spitfire, MGB Roadsters, MG ZR. Lots to cover off in the MG and invited British cars this weekend. Our grid sheet looks like this with Robin Bailey in the menacing black MGB GT V8 will lead the field away, and the car looks fantastic. He'll be hoping to get a good haul of points here this weekend. The cars continue around on their warm-up lap. Gary Bulmer will line up in position number 2 with Michael Tratham in position number 3. Keith Ondiaki in his traditional number car, number 40, and his spot 4th on the grid there in the Stag. Danny Siama in the number 15 in there in the MGB GT V8 as well, taking up 5th position. Anthony Vollebrecht 48, taking the next spot, the MGZR. So cars just making their way down to take up their grid positions. It'll be Ed Ferguson in 7, Gordon Bunyan in 8, Darren Suter in 9, Alana Ondiaki in the 2nd of the Stags, the Ondiaki family in position number 10, Michael Wood, John Stevenson and Jane Vollebrecht in the number 49. Rounds out the MG under 2 litre car, or 1800cc MG for Jane Vollebrecht. The cars slowly taking their positions on the grid. Big thanks to Hobson's for their assistance with the MG and invited British sports cars here this weekend. All shining in the middle of Victoria sunshine this weekend. In fact, if you just look a little bit harder, you can see off in the background Mount Buller. Actually looks like it's clouded over there. So we get away with a race start, and it's Robin Bailey that gets the job done very, very nicely indeed. Danny Siama goes well there with the MGB GT V8 there as well, but it's going to be the Roadster that pushes around the Gary Bulmer. Started out at P2, and Michael Tratham going on there as well. There's one of the Triumph Spitfires in there as well, so another one of the Triumphs in this field, and the big V8 Stag pushing very, very hard of Keith Ondiaki there. Looks at the inside of the 24 of Michael Tratham, and there's an envelope of British motoring right there. Little 2 litre car versus the V8, the Stag, and it's silver with red GT striping over the top of the car. As Robin Bailey jumps away very, very nicely indeed, and leading this field around. So last time at Sandown International, we had the lap record race set by the Wolfchester multi-power driver, and did a very, very strong job of that. Haven't seen this weekend. In fact, I think he's off doing some, a charity ride with some postie bikes as well. So we'll keep you updated on that. There's certainly some local charities around here famous in this part of Victoria for the Good Friday appeal, the Tadong Good Friday appeal. And as we covered off last year for you, here's a change as well here for place. No, it's not. The Stag, famous for its straight line speed and its slowers as opposed to brakes. And Alana just shows the power. She charges up beside the 69 of Suter. Darren Suter in the number 69 goes through. He just holds off. Here's the number 40. Faster of the two Stags here this weekend, with Keith Ondiaki at the wheel. And there's that great little number 24 of Michael Trafford, the MG midget, 1300cc, and really does do a tremendous job. Very nimble car, has the same brake pedal in it at the start of the race at the end. Well prepared, as is this car as well, this number 40. Very menacing look in your rear vision mirrors to see the big air dam on the front of this Stag, the number 40, and then when he puts the boot into it, that's the menacing bit. V8 jumps to life, drives away from Michael Tratham in the midget there, and comes ranging up onto the back of the car in P2 there, which is Gary Bulmer. Started off second, holds on to second, but it's Robin Bailey who has done on the second lap of this race a 142.97. Sorry, the first lap of this race. Next lap should be faster, being that it's a flying lap. The number 40 Stag here for energy assist. I love the wind deflectors on the sides of the front wheels there as well, as looks like he's going streaming on by into P2. 91 having issues there of Gary Bulmer. So that's a shame. That's not what Gary wanted to have happen, but what it does do is it gives Keith Ondiaki second place points in this race and a nice high finishing place, although we've still got 7 laps to go, so anything could trouble any one of the contenders out there. Big thanks to Hobson's for helping with the MG and invited British sports cars here this weekend. On third on the road, sorry, fourth on the road there, Michael Tratham, being followed by Danny Siama. So a holding station, then Anthony Vollebrek on the 48. MG ZR, more modern looking front wheel drive outfit. Tony there, bright yellow MG as we go back to the 43 there of the Triumph TR7 V8. Gee, these were a menacing silhouette in the 70s, and have a look at this now. Have a look at how much pride he takes in his TR7. Puts the boot down, V8 powered. The number 43 with Ed Ferguson at the wheel. Ed currently 7th in this race, behind him in the number 43. Sorry, in the number 78, not the number 43, is Gordon Bunyan. Triumph Spitfire as well. Looks a little bit like what Maxwell Smart would have driven, which was in fact a Sunbeam Tiger, but very similar looking silhouette there as comes down the straight to complete lap number 3. Robin Bailey continues away out in the lead of this race. And in fact, it is Keith Ondiaki in the Stag that has done the fastest lap of 1:26.71. Great to see Keith punching out fastest laps of the race. In fact, I'm going to take a photo of the timing screen and send that down to those guys. Fastest lap of the race in the Stag. Doing a ripping job there, keeping it all together. There's the number 53. Michael Wood, doing well in the MG MGB GT V8 as well. More of a standard looking outfit compared to our race leader Robin Bailey's version. And nicely balanced car, just holds on there as he comes around a tricky part of the track. The track dips away and induces understeer, but manages to keep the 53 very, very tightly around the sweeper. Comes around the gum tree again, and it's the number 69, Darren Suter, in position number 11. Unfortunately for Darren, he started out of 9th. He's gone back a couple of spots. Michael Wood and Alana Ondiaki have gone through, but Michael Wood hang on there for the last spot in the 10, and then back to Darren Suter in 11th, and we've got John Stevenson in the MGB 1800 rounding out the field. Darren Suter, very traditional looking MGB, I guess one of the silhouettes that is most synonymous with MGs from the 60s and right through into the 70s. There's a big grab under brakes for the 53 there at Michael Wood. Just flowing it nicely. Grab of the brakes there, so starting to feel it in the MGB GT V8. Starting to feel the distance that they're running in the race. Still 5 laps remaining here, so if he's having brake fade or grabbing issues or braking imbalance at all, it's a fairly long ride to go to get this thing to the end of the race. And here is 24 of Tratham, who started out at position number 3, currently finds himself in position number 4 with Keith Ondiaki, Gary Bulmer, Keith Ondiaki and Robin Bailey right out in front. The thumping V8 of Robin Bailey menacing the Winton Motor Raceway layout. And here comes Gary Bulmer. Gap back from Robin Bailey to Bulmer out over 16 seconds now. Keith Ondiaki in P2. We watch on Michael Tratham doing his work in the midget. Really wringing its neck, 1300cc. It's a hard day at the office when you're talking about 4.5 litre V8s being up the track from you on 3 litre V8s, 3.6 litre V8s, and you're wheeling around in a 1300cc car, albeit lightweight is at your distinct advantage at this point in time. So it starts to come on strong towards the end of the race when everyone else's brakes are starting to overheat and potentially fade, and with the ambient temperature rising here trackside at Winton, the slick tyres start to argue back as well. But when you've got a nice light nimble car with enough power coming from a 1300cc engine, I'm going to say best part of 110 horsepower or something like that. I'm pretty sure I'll get corrected on that. But Robin Bailey leads with 4 laps to go to Keith Ondiaki, then Gary Bulmer. Keith Ondiaki starting out of position number 4, currently second on the road. There's the number 50 in the bright green and gloss black livery. Started just get a couple of pop-backs through the giant induction system there. Screams around turn 4, comes up to 5, the sweeper. He wrestles it as the car rolls over onto the right-hand front tyre there, really punishing the right-hand front. Straightens up, under brakes, done all the braking in a straight line. Turns it in and accelerates around through the Winton cleavage section, around the gum tree there. Powers on. You can just hear him start to gingerly apply the power. Big, slick tyres. The tyres will certainly be handling it. Big brakes on this car as well. Substantially upgraded race car from the original MGB GT V8, which we have got a couple of them here, so you can compare, like the Danny Siama car Car number 15 is currently sitting fifth on the road. So that's what a wildly modified MGB GT V8 looks like. And then we've got a couple of other more standard looking MGB GT V8s. As we go to the number 43 of Ed Ferguson, the Triumph TR7 5-litre V8. So up there in capacity, that's for sure. 4.997 or something like that. So for all intents and purposes, a 5-litre in the Triumph. Very slick aerodynamic car, and hangs it in beautifully there as well. So we go from the 43 of Ferguson to the 48 of Vollebrecht. Vollebrecht currently sitting in 6th place in this one. This is the MG ZR 1800cc front wheel drive. So the only front wheel drive MG in this race, and using it to good effect at the moment for position number 6. Always very, very well presented is Tony Vollebrecht's car. We've got someone a lot of smoke coming out of turn 3 that time around. It's not the MG V8, the orange one of Danny Siama, currently sitting in 5th place. We hope we don't want to see blue smoke coming out of an MG at the very best of times, particularly not in a race, because blue smoke is not what you want to see again. Smoke coming out of the back of Danny Siama's car as he goes into Gumtree Corner. Gary Bulmer's car currently 3rd on the road in this particular race. MGB, and car always immaculately turned out. In fact, all these MGs and invited British cars are always very, very closely looked after. Robin Bailey leads the championship over Keith Ondiaki with 8 points there, so 96 versus 88. Back to Michael Trathen on 80 points. Michael Wood on 62, Gary Bulmer on 61, Phil Chester on 60. So Phil Chester obviously got the lap record at the last round, not at this round. And I'm pretty sure Phil is off on a charity bike ride of some description with little Honda motorcycles. So we'll catch up with what he's up to as far as that's sort of charity fundraising sort of work is concerned for Phil Chester. Gary Pritchett 6th, Alana Ondieki in 7th, Rodney Gibb in 8th, 9th is Hendrik Svarten, and then Mark O'Neill, Anthony Vollebrecht, David Anderson, Chris Ralph, Greg White, Danny Siama, rounding out our top 15. Danny currently sitting in P5 in this race. It's a great battle. Two cars of fairly similar heritage and age, and one 91 being the MGB 2-litre, and then the one right behind it, the Roadster, the 1300, as we have a race winner with Robin Bailey getting home very, very nicely indeed. In fact, last time out around, Keith Ondiaki was 10 seconds behind. Ultimately, the victory goes to Robin Bailey by 12.5 seconds. So a good points haul there for Robin Bailey, coming out of round 1, leads the points, grabs another race win over Keith Ondiaki, then Gary Buller, Michael Trathen, rounding out our top 4 as the rest of the cars continue to come racing to the line. Danny Siama should be the next one home. As we look across the old pit straight, Saint Clothing sign hanging over the track there as well. Another motorsport inspired clothing brand, Saint, with all their workwear and motorcycle protective clothing. So it is Trathen that gets to the line in 4th. Siama, Vollebrecht and Ferguson rounds out our top 7, and that will be race 1 for the MGs. Well and truly done and dusted. Coming up next is the XLs on track. We'll be back with more from Winton Raceway after this.
Circuit Racing Hyundai XLs, 39 cars showing up to Sandown International Raceway, reminiscent of the M1 on a Friday afternoon. The number 21 of Billy Hamilton off at turn 2 after tagging wheels. There was battles throughout the entire field, with Longmore doing a fantastic job. This moment, Abby Wingett, the number 66, she was very lucky to walk away after that massive incident at turn 1. Second race of the weekend, and it was the number 26 machine of Kai Allen who was certainly on the pace out of the box. James Lodge, meanwhile, the number 39, lucky to get away after being tagged at the rear. But it was McLeod in the number 64 car who unfortunately was out of the race, but he was able to get that car turned around for the final race of the weekend. Yet more tyres being tagged, this time the number 13 out of the race. But it was Hugo Simpson at the head of the field who was managing to steer clear of the calamities behind him. The number 34 of David Musgrave out after that incident. James Lodge getting one back after receiving a tag from the rear in race 2. But it was definitely Hugo Simpson who took 2 race victories on Sunday to take out the overall round victory, and with it the championship lead into round 2.
Hyundai excels in the marshalling area. Good entry this weekend. 27 cars, down about 20 on Sandown. So a bit of work to do for the XLs to keep those numbers right up there as well. And a reminder to all of our competitors, particularly the XLs, the next round of the state championship will go to the majestic Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, of course, down Phillip Island in West Gippsland region of Victoria, out in the middle of Western Port Bay, and the best permanent racetrack in the country. We'll see us there on the 15th and 16th of May for round 3 of the Victorian Championships. Round 4 will see us back at Sandown for the Australian Sports Sedan Association event there on the 12th, 13th and 14th of August. Always a favourite event of the year for those people around Melbourne. Easy to get to and enjoy everything that Sandown has to offer. While we've still got the track, still word about redevelopment of that part of Melbourne. 7,500 homes, I reckon they can fit on that site, so create a whole new suburb there. The final round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships will see us at Phillip Island on the 23rd, 24th and 25th of September. Great time of the year to head to Phillip Island. In fact, my favourite time of the year to get to Phillip Island, whilst all the aerial ping pong games are going on and finals of the different versions of what they call football going on. Great to get down to Phillip Island, enjoy some fresh air down at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit on the 23rd, 24th and 25th of September. And is always a great way to round out the state racing championships down there at Phillip Island. A very big welcome to everyone here, as this is the combined event. There is a handful of car clubs that run the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, with the MG Car Club, Victorian Mini Club Incorporated, the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria, and the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. And certainly this weekend is where all of them comes together and runs the event. David Vernell, our clerk of course, with assistance clerk of courses Kristen Jackson and Terry Buxton, race secretary Michael Holloway, and assistant race secretary Janice Holloway. Our stewards Alan Patterson, David Cheong and Gary Gorley down there. Great to have them as all part of the event here this weekend at Winton Motor Raceway. Great to have the state championship here at Winton Motor Raceway. Always a great venue to come to. A very busy venue being used many, many days throughout the week for various different activities, not just racing. Of course, pretty famous for its practice days and track days that get run here at the at Winton Motor Raceway. And a very big thank you to all of those people that helped this event go on. Motorsport Australia, of course, the governing body of this event, the Melbourne University Car Club for their timing, the Benalla Auto Club here at Winton Motor Raceway, Ambulance Victoria, the Stewards Panel, Emergency Response Services from the Medical Support, Race Safe, for their recovery cruise here this weekend. All of our competitors and crews that have come from all over the country here this weekend for various different reasons. There's, of course, the state championships as far as Motorsport Australia is concerned. Then each of these entrance associations have their own club championships as well that they will score points for as well. Numerous drivers here getting experience before the Bathurst 6 hour coming up over Easter, and some news coming out of that area as well over the last few days, with 70 vehicles lining up for the start of the 6 hour race. And then of course later on in the year, which we've got a number of drivers here, particularly in the sports car race and XLs, that are getting some time for licenses for the Liquimolly Bathurst 12 hour. So lots of things occurring and different reasons and motivations for people to be here this weekend. We've already had the E30s, the Porsche 944s with their Triple Eight home loans and their new sponsor, Pit Lane Clothing, and lucky competitors in the 944 field getting some Pit Lane Clothing there. Thanks to Jack Atley and the crew at Pit Lane Clothing for bringing that on board for the 944s. We'll just touch quickly on how the championships look for each of our categories from round one. Round one of the BMW E30s, Alex Jory had a very good run, 100 points across the first event for the year. Brian Burke in 92 points, Jeff Bowles on 81, Simon Leach on 80, and Rory Plant on 65, rounding out the 5 there for the BMWs. The Porsche 944s, Jamie Westaway on 98, Cam Bella on 94, Adam Brewer on 84, Dick Howe on 75, and Tony Westaway on 68 in the 944s. And the MG and invited British cars, Robin Bailey leading the way with 96 points. Keith Ondiaki, Michael Trathen, Michael Wood, Gary Bulmer, and Phil Chester, who reset the lap record for the MGs at Sedans. Congratulating for resetting that lap record as we see the XLs making their way out onto track for their first race for the weekend. Vital to try and get track temperature into these tyres. These cars are very light, so always see a lot of weaving just to get a feeling, try and scrub the tyres, try and get some tyre scrub across the surface, but flexing the sidewalls and getting temperature through the brakes and through the wheels and heat sink out to the tyres. 27 cars will greet the starter, and the grid looks like this. It's Ethan Greg Galt in qualifying, got position number 1 with a 1:41.31 to Hugh Simpson, then James Lodge and Harry Tompkins, the first 4 in the 1:41s. And the rest of the next lot are in the 1:42s in qualifying, a 1:42 dead to Ryan Phillips. Then Tex Star McCoy, let's hope Tex can keep out of other people's issues here today. Had a bit of a tough run at Sandown, the number 13. Brad Vareca in the number 96. Great to see the next gen racer in there as well. There's a number of them starting to do racing around town. Charlie Nash, then back to Toby Waghorn, 9th place in the number 84. Bill Seal in the 995 there as well, in position number 10, rounding out our 10 with a 1:42.78 in qualifying. We then go to David Musgrove, Antonio Malosi, Billy Hamilton, Will Longmore, Royce Lynn in the number 4, out of position 15. Jason Kay in the 99, back to Gareth Hodgins. Preston Bruce, William Sala, Scott Appledore, William Bink, Spiros Palukis, Mike Sinclair, Emma Clark, Donovan Murjack, Carly Fleming, and Lachlan Harvey round out our 27-car field. West End Mazda, sponsored Logitech car of Ethan Grigg Galt, as he'll take up the 777 on to position number 1. Hugo Simpson in the 117 will share the front row. The West End Mazda entered 777, slowly just taking up the front row. Great message across the back of the 117 at Hugo Simpson. Thank you to the volunteers. lovely message. Let's hope they all see that message on the back of the 117 at least some stage throughout the weekend. And congratulate him getting on the front row of the grid as the cars start to form up. They all look like they're just about set to go. 27 car field. We had out almost 50 at Sandown, so not sure what's happened to the other 20 or so running here this weekend, but the Hyundai XL series is set to go, and away we go. Hugo Simpson gets a good start there as well. Getting away very nicely indeed. So there's some jockeying in the middle of the pack there as we go to position number 3 for the race. The 39, the 33 getting very willing in the second row of the grid. Tompkins and James Lodge there. As they plunge down into turn 3. Here's an opportunity for many overtakes. The 4 goes the big Hail Mary down the inside there. And that's Royce Lynn. Pulls it off too. Grabs a couple of spots there, Royce. And coming through the dust as is testament in pretty much all XL racing. Royce Lynn now got a tough run on the inside. Makes it stick. Some good driving here in the number 4. The yellow car with the checkered flags down the side of it. Ranges up on the back of the 995 of Bill Seal. 99 wobbling around there. Got a bit of damage on the side of that orange car, so obviously seen the walls a little bit there in the number 99. Which is Jason Kay. Made up a couple of spots there as well. All-American Drive Lines car, the 117 in position 2 of in position 1 of Hugo Simpson. Obviously out of the Ben Grice stable. The All-American Driveline entry there. Of course, that's Gricey's sponsor in the Trans Am National Series. Of course, Gricey had a great career in the XLs, has moved on and now running a team full of cars. I dare say Benny's here this weekend making some moves with Hugo Simpson. Greg Gold get across the line. James Lodge holds on to position number 3 to Harry Tompkins. So no changes in the top 4. They're exactly how we started. Techstar McCoy in the number 13 to Nash, Waghorn, Vareca in 9th there. So gone back a couple of spots. Brad Vareca started out as 7th. Out over the back of the ripple strip, dragging all the dust onto the racetrack. There's Brad Vareca. Car looks fantastic. The Vareca family over numerous generations have always presented cars very well, of course, at the Thunderdome with RX4s, RX2s, and then RX7s, the next generation. And now the next generation choosing the Hyundai XL series to launch the career. A very famous Kyneton racing family. Hope the whole family's been able to make it to the track this weekend with 103 of Mollison wagging the tail there as well. First garage outfit. Deep under brakes here. We're around to complete lap number 1. Flowing the car as best they can, not jerking on the wheel, not reefing on the wheel, trying just to keep the car speed up, the road speed up. And that's what we're seeing with the 103 of Mollison. Also, they're just on the bubble there in the top 10 with Musgrove, David Musgrove, the next one lining up. Remarkably well-behaved field here this weekend. They did have some issues at Sandown, a lot bigger field, so some aggression being shown there. Greg Galt, 2 wheels off the back of the ripple strip there. That's not a good idea. There's quite a big drop-off all around the track on the backside of these ripple strips, so the biggest problem with that is not dropping off. It's coming back on where the jagged bits of cement off the back of the ripple strip can tear your tyre off or at least hole it. Get a puncture and you'll play no further part in the race. So trying to flow the car but keep it within the confines of the white line designating the edge of the track. Great shots as they come out of 5 up to 6 and 7. And we work our way down to 8, 9, 10. Turn left. There's that thanks to the volunteers sign. 3 legging it around the corner there for Hugh Simpson, who led the race not that long ago, half a lap ago, is now just disappearing slowly backwards. Let's hope that when he went off the back of the ripple strip heading up to the sweeper, didn't do any damage, but seems to have got motivated again and not arresting that loss of places in this race. Bit of a run now. Tompkins with Simpson. Hugo Simpson definitely wants to get back to that race lead. Giving it up though for the time being to Ethan Grigg-Gold. Lodge, Tompkins, then Hugh Simpson. The number 8 of Ryan Phillips, 5th in the race. Tech Star McCoy next. The 115 of Charlie Nash. Lots of dust hanging in the air as we see cars going left, right and centre. 46 there, the Mitchell hacking entry. Sorry, that's the 49. Emma Clark. And it's Sala, the roadworthy shop, a third generation racer. Of course, Brian Sala gone through. We know Brian well from 5000s and historic touring with his Sierra. Now the next generation coming through in the number 35 in William Sala. Then we've got the Burson garage car. I think that's Mike Sinclair in the 98. Yes, it is. So this is a battle pack basically down the back of the field. Last few cars on the in this race. Mike Sinclair for the Burson garage there. And there's the final contenders in this race. A good group. This is out around near 25, P25 in this race for ritual hacking. Up the inside goes Sala. Good move under brakes there. Very strong move into turn 4. Sorry, into turn 3. Sorry, no, 11 and 12. I self-lost on track there. Lap 5 of 9 as 777 of Ethan Grigg-Gold manages to stay away. 96 of Bradley Barreca, the car just hanging on to the bubble inside the top 10 with the 103. Currently in 10th place, Antonio Maluso. Big dive there, the number 96 of Barreca. Stone Ambassador's car. Looks great too, very well presented car. As I said, Barreca's always turn out great looking race cars and keep them looking that way. More recently seeing Barreca's in their RX-7s running in improved production. Did well, championships, race wins. We go back to this battle raging now for hanging on to the top 10, the 35, right up the inside, the 34, sorry. Right up the inside, that's Darren Musgrove. Sorry, David Musgrove goes through on the 103. Also, and we go back to William Seal. What's going on here? This is nearer to the front end of this race. In fact, that's our race leader, Ethan Grigg-Gold, with James Lodge and Hugo Tompkins in there as well. That's the 33 of Hugo Tompkins there, just off the back of the front two. Car 2 on the road. Lodge and Ethan Grigg-Gold. So leaders coming off there, holding the wheel straight and rejoining past the old pit entry lane, up past the main viewing area here at Winton Raceway. It's Techstar McCoy in the number 13. Drove very well in round one. Had some comings together. Still looking really good out there in front at the moment in position number 6 and well within striking distance of the lead of this race as we're on lap 6. The journey is 9 laps. There's our race leader, so definitely definitely spinner there coming out onto the final corner of the race. The Hyundai driven to perform signs in the background there. The number 34. Oh, the Ford is taking evasive actions there. Lynn going through. And this is not what we wanted to see. At the front of the field, the number 33, Hugo Tompkins, looks to be retiring from this race. And the 33 battery stop entry. Jordan Caruso, sticker on the rear flanks of that car as we see this battle raging with Phillips and Techstar McCoy in the 13. And Bradley Vareca, who has gone through to claim that spot in this race. So Bradley Vareca now through to 6th place and has relegated Techstar McCoy back one spot. Little lock up on the right front there for Brad Vareca, flowing the car nicely. Then in the back of the shot there was Nash, Williams Seal and Maluso rounding out the 10. Just driving away now Vareca, so Techstar McCoy just gone down a spot. 33 of Hugo Tompkins has definitely stopped off, gone straight off the bottom of the straight and stopped in the middle of the basically no man's land there. So the car just being watched by race control and by the recovery crews. It's been a really clean race here by the XLs here today. Got to congratulate them all for keeping it nice, keeping it good, and hard racing doesn't have to mean taking people out. And here it is. Here's some more hard racing. Matthew Bink just off the back of this bunch here. Mike Sinclair. Let's keep it clean, gents, as they run down into the left-hander. Start to work their way up to the final 2 bends of this race. Our race leader's not too far away now from starting on their final lap. There's a big dive. This is right down the back of the field, this battle. Number 98 of Mike Sinclair. Started out at 23, the first garage entry. And this is starting to get a little bit more willing as well as they start to push pretty hard. Understanding the race leaders coming around. Great battles here, just opening up the steering there on the 142 of Carly Fleming, trying to flow the car a little bit better there to stay with Matthew Bink as he now just goes up one spot, comes up to the back of Mike Sinclair and the number 49 of Emma Clark. So this is a great battle. The last 4 cars starting in the race and the battle raging all the way through this race as our race leaders now start or on their final lap of this race, and around catches it in the 38. So tyres are well and truly up to temp there in Matthew Bink's car. He's gone through and Mike Sinclair just about lost it. Sinclair had to get out of the throttle to avoid any contact there. So a big thanks to the first and garage driver of Mike Sinclair. Got out of the throttle. Could have easily been a nasty crash there and taken out both those cars and ruined their weekend's racing. Big look to the inside under brakes. Dive bomb there by the 142, Carly Fleming. Massive dive bomb there on Mike Sinclair. Lucky he eased on the wheel again and just allowed that lock-up slide to get through. And out onto the dirt goes Carly Fleming after taking the position, heads wide. And throws it all away after that massive dive bomb down into the right-hander. Here comes the 777 of Ethan Griggold leading the way for Logitech. Had a good run here at this round last year as well. Although it was Jared Farrell who was on the front row of the grid and won race number 1. It was Ethan Griggold who got home in 4th place and qualified in 7th. In fact, it was Jared Farrell for the Geelong Performance Centre that did such a great job. Here comes our race leader, Ethan Griggold. We'll take race 1 for the weekend for the Hyundai XLs. Played home loans, 9 laps the journey already completed for the Hyundai XLs. A great run there, good, clean, hard-fought racing, and a massive spin there again for the black and orange car on the last lap there of car 142, Carly Fleming, all by herself. Put the wheels up over the back of the ripple strip and spun, heading up towards the sweeper. So Ethan Griggold wins the race over Hugo Simpson, James Lodge, and we go to the number 8 of Ryan Phillips, the 96 of Brad Vareca. Good run there for Brad. Started out of 7th, has finished a couple of spots up the road. William Seal, Texstar McCoy, Antonio Meloso, Nash and Lynn, and David Musgrove in 11th place, and that rounds out the top 10 for the first 9 lapper for the XLs for today, as we see Carly Fleming just get back going under her own steam as well to hopefully finish this race as they all continue to stream across the line. It's Kay to Hodges to Bruce, Waghorn, Merdvac, Harvey, and William Sala. We'll see the tail end of the field of the XLs leaving the track. We've got sports cars on track for their first race for the weekend next. We'll be back in a couple of moments with the sports cars race.
Round 1 of the production sports car racing Victorian Series from Sandown International Raceway. Ben Schutz in the unique Sin R1 up against the sea of Porsches. Andrew Hall had a fantastic start to his weekend. Great move up the inside of Christian Fitzgerald. But it was the long straights that definitely suited the Sin R1. Its 7-litre power plant was just a little bit too much for the Porsche cohort to deal with. And a close shave for Michael Cockinos. Race 2 was a 40-minute mini enduro for the sports cars. Andrew Hall just missing out on his best opportunity to take control of the race. Jamie Lovett up in the P2. Rodney Gordon, meanwhile, had his hands full dealing with this moment coming in the Dandenong. Jamie Lovett, once again, lucky to avoid that move. Stephen Slugar, meanwhile, found the sand trap after a mechanical gremlin put the VIP Pet Foods Porsche into the kitty litter. Jacob Lee, a big move up the inside. Not for long. Michael Kokonos succumbing to peer pressure. Christian Fitzgerald move up the inside of Jamie Lovett. Great battle between the two Porsches in the closing stages of the weekend, taken out by Ben Schutz.
Cars should be on track very, very soon for the first sports cars race. We've had a great opening stanza to this weekend's racing. We've had E30s, 944s, XLs, and now we're about to have the sports cars. There they are, the multi-million-dollar field. It looks like it could be the Bulgarian supercar, the Sin, versus the very best of Germany down there with all the Porsches lined up. Darren Smith here. And alongside me, Dave Stillwell. It's the call of the DS's, the dominant source. And welcome, Dave.
Not the Citroen DS,
no,
the Chevaux.
Although a very nice car on a long country drive.
Absolutely. Of course, a huge shout out to everyone tuning in, both locally around the grounds of Winton Motor Raceway, the nation's action track. See, Lachlan, I did get that plug in for you. To everyone tuning in around this great southern land of ours, Australia, and of course everyone around Australia and around the world. Of course, yes, it is the Battle of the DS's. David Stillwell here joining you from Production Sports Car Racing Victoria. A couple of changes on board since round one at Sandown, of course, hosted by the MG Car Club. Jamie Lovett, I was just down in pre-grid. I told them all to give us a really good race today, Darren. Jamie Lovett is entered with his original 997 Series 2 Cup car. He's actually upgraded in the off-season. Car number 16 is now a 991 Series 1 GT3 Cup car. So he's got paddle shift and he's also got ABS in it. So he's decided to take the fight to his long-time competitor friend Andrew Hall, who's also in a 991 Series 1 Cup car. We've got Michael Kokonos aboard the Launch Racing Proprietary Limited Audi R8 LMS GT3 Ultra. And Christian Fitzgerald and Jacob Lee both in 991 Cup cars. Of course, Christian Fitzgerald running the 991 Series 2, which you can just make out of the background to the right-hand side of the Audi R8 on your screen. So we've got the Winton safety crews cruising around in their Ford Ranger Raptors. Of course, Ford recently came out with the second generation of the Ford Ranger, the latest generation of the Ford Ranger on the shared platform with Volkswagen recently, and got some friends that were able to attend that launch. That looks like it's going to be a very impressive vehicle, and of course in one of Australia's most competitive market segments, Darren.
Certainly has. Who would have known? It was only 15 years ago. It was all about a family wagon. Now it's about having a pickup truck as the family car. And the Raptor seems to be the weapon of choice in that segment, that's for sure, and for good reason. A very good car. I've had to drive a couple of them. And it's the same with the Amarok. So shared platform, good thing.
It's a good segue, of course, making sure that the officials have got the right equipment, the right gear. A huge thank you to all of the volunteer officials from the Benalla Auto Club, from Motorsport Australia, from all the Vic State Circuit Racing Clubs, of course the Melbourne Uni Car Club doing the timekeeping this weekend, of course some hard-working Mini Club volunteers up and down pit lane, and of course a huge thank you to all the Victorian flag marshalling team, flaggies out on the points, Race Safe doing the recovery and the fire service, and of course the medical crews hard at work in the basic control tower. Haven't had to do much work yet, Darren.
Well, Dave, just another quick segue, if I can. You've taken on a lot of motorsport in the last little while, and this weekend is, I'm going to say, the absolute high watermark of hats and responsibilities, because you're wearing your Production Sports Club Association hat, you're wearing your Motorsport Australia race control shirt, And you've got your running shoes on to cover different roles. You're obviously part of the hierarchy, I guess you'd call it, here this weekend as well.
I am but one cog in a very large machine that helps make motorsport happen, Darren. Yes, you are correct. I am wearing three different hats, 2 different shirts this weekend. I don't yet have my Production Sports Car Racing Victoria shirt, but I do have my hat on, wearing it proudly. Of course, merchandise is available for club members. You can find us at PSCRV. And, of course, we had the Garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup to commence our afternoon racing this weekend. So I take care of the driving standards for those guys, act as a bit of a liaison between race control and the competitor group.
Which Donovan Mollenhagen touched on in that race, and he said testament to the hard work that gets done behind the scenes, and that's where you've been I guess, thrown under the bus, or you stepped forward, or you stepped back when you should have done either or either. But certainly the BMW E30s are a good, strong field this weekend, and they leave each other alone because obviously you come down with the big hammer if someone does something untoward.
Well, I'm ably backed up by a very robust judicial system. Of course, shout out to Terry Buxton, who's heading up Clerk of Course Judicial this weekend. There were a lot of changes in the off-season to the circuit race standing regulations, particularly the driving code of conduct. And all we've really seen there is a formalisation of what everyone accepted as that's what racing should be like, but it was never written down that that's what it has to be like. So it's been touched on at most of the drivers' briefings throughout the course of the year. Of course, we had 3 drivers' briefings here this morning, separated into the different groups of categories. As a way of essentially, reinforcing to drivers that, this isn't Formula One, this isn't NASCAR, this isn't V8 Supercar. We don't run to our own set of rules. We run to the same rules that everyone runs under the Motorsport Australia structure, and these are the expectations. You should have the expectation as a driver that if you've got overlap in a braking zone, that you will be given space to the apex of the corner, a car width, and you have the responsibility to also provide a car width to your competitor on the circuit, on the corner exit. Now, of course, these are very general terms. Of course, every incident and corner is different. Take here turn 1 and 2 at Winton. We've got a left-hander followed by a right-hander. 2 cars should be able to travel through there side by side through the whole way without touching, and have the expectation that they'll be given, each competitor will give the other space.
And it is interesting you use that as the example, because when you come out of the start, let's say when you're a standing start or a rolling start, whatever way it may be, the way the bitumen is designed at turn 1 here at Winton is that it funnels in, so it actually does give you a concertina effect, not only nose to tail, but from side to side as well. Someone, when you last looked half a second ago, could be a metre or 2 away, is all of a sudden right up next to you, because you're all vying for the narrowing down bit of racing surface, let's call it. And that's a great nuance that you saw. We can see just on screen now that bit of track. You can see where the white wall ends that has got Coates Hire on it halfway along. At about that point is where the pit entry road comes in, and that's where the track narrows down. This is commentary. We've got a great backdrop here behind us saying Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and there we have the shot, the old straight. In fact, that was the starting straight when I used to race. That's where we used to all start, under that Saint Clothing banner. That's where the lights used to be. There used to be a big gantry out over the track there, and where the starters would be. The
gantry was held in place by cranes, Darren, because you had to be able to pull it out of the way for all the trucks. It's like, in the commentary box, we've got to lean back, the trucks are coming, oh no! But,
yes, with the trucks, everyone was brought back behind the booth here.
These are what commentators look like. As we've said, we've got great faces for radio, and we've got even better voices for silent movies. So
cars are getting themselves prepared down in the marshalling area, and we just saw them down there as well. So it will be... it'll be Ben Schutz in the number 65 car. You see the scissor doors up there on the Sin supercar, which out of Bulgaria. I'm going to suggest that this one's got a fair bit more Australian content than any of the other Sins floating around. That's for sure.
Well, that's by virtue of the vehicle's owner, Richard Bendel, who of course many people know of as one of the founders of Motec, the electronics and data logging acquisition and engine management company. He then moved on to have his business Daytona Sports Cars, so was engaged in making a number of replicas of the Shelby Daytona Coupe, of the 1964-65 flavour. That then moved on to him having a look at other projects, and of course one of them is picking up the Australian or the regional distributorship for the Sin brand. Now, these are a low volume, track day enthusiast vehicle, similar in line to things there's been a lot of this industry come out of the UK in previous times. Things like, Marcos, to a lesser extent Morgan. It's probably a little bit smaller in scale than Ginetta. Noble, yep. A lot of these, small niche brands pump out a couple of dozen cars a year. They make it available in a couple of different forms. You can either buy it as a complete, ready-to-go, EU type approved low volume sports car. You can buy it as a GT4 homologated car, which obviously runs in the SRO GT4 cars. Of course, we have another GT4 car joining the grid this weekend. We've got Chris Batsios for Harold's Racing aboard the Mercedes AMG GT4, which ran last weekend at Phillip Island.
Did well with Sam Brabham at the wheel, and can't remember the other driver there, but certainly I think the other driver is the car owner.
No, I believe that the car owner is Chris Batsios, and he didn't quite have his licence yet.
Yep.
It was in the mail, and of course it arrived in the week between Phillip Island and Winton.
It was interesting. I touched on that earlier on for this weekend. There's a number of drivers here this weekend that we probably won't see at further rounds of the Victorian Championships that are trying to get themselves into a position for the 6 hour at Bathurst to get themselves their licence in that position, and also a couple of these production sports drivers that are trying to get themselves into a position to get the 12 hour at Bathurst as well later on in May. So it is interesting, the motivation of some of these drivers to get here. The other interesting thing with Chris in that AMG GT4 for me is that an old mate from the old Lamborghini days, Joe Ladoni, and the crew from Customer Sports and Restoration have got numerous AMGs starting to arrive at their workshops over the next little while. In fact, I spoke to Joe during this week, and he said, I think we might have some of the newest AMG GT3 cars in the world starting to arrive down there. So, little workshop in Moorabbin getting very, very busy, just down from Kane Rose's business in that part of Moorabbin that's quite concentrated for motorsport as well.
Some of the more traditional commercial and industrial real estate areas of Melbourne that haven't quite been bulldozed and haven't been turned into mega industrial parks by now. It's interesting you mentioned that, that this is the kind of car, the GT4 car is designed to be something that you can run off the back of a trailer with a very limited amount of spares, a bit like a Carrera Cup car. The factory's done all of the engineering to start with. All of the weak points have been addressed. This particular bearing that wears out or this hose that breaks, they've all been dealt with in, months and months and months of endurance testing. Because although these cars were originally constructed to do sprint races, almost all the manufacturers offer them with an endurance kit, because you want to do Dubai 24-hour, the 24 Hours of Barcelona, the Hankook International Endurance Series. Of course, you've got the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, or formerly known as the VLN, doing 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 1,000 Ks, or 24 hours around the Nürburgring. So particularly in the customer-built car space, if you want the car to be good, you want it to develop a good relationship with your customers, you want it to be manageable and have an expectation of what it's going to cost you to run, and that obviously helps a preparation shop like CSR or someone like Andy Hall at Cup Car Engineering to provide to a competitor an idea of, okay, you're going to do approximately this number of kilometres, we're going to need to service these particular items this number of times, you can get the price list from the manufacturer, the spare parts are available, you can make sure you've got everything ready to go, and you know ahead of time what you're going to spend. Whereas we often have cars that are more individually built, that have to come apart between races. Whereas most of these cars in the sports car field, you could fill them back up full of fuel, kick the tyres and go, yep, she'll be right, check the ice in the cool suit box and send it.
It is interesting that a lot of the manufacturers, particularly the European manufacturers, have really, in the last 15 years, brought those customer racing programs along massively. And I guess the one that stands out the most to us here in Australia at the moment is MPC with the Audi Customer Sport program that they offer, but we know AMG do the same, Ferrari do the same, Porsche have always done it. The Porsche are your original motorsport prep track day car.
And we can see the outflow of that, of having 30, 40, 50 years worth of customer racing experience, both designing and engineering the cars and supplying the parts and building them with racing in mind. Just how many of the field, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 out of 16 cars come from Stuttgart, or Weissach, of course.
They do. The GT3s come out of Weissach, the specialist motorsport factory for Porsche. and considering that they are currently in Formula E, and I believe really considering a move into Formula One, which they have been in previously and had great success.
Hearing about Porsche coming back to Formula One is like hearing about Mazda building another rotary sports car.
for the WEC.
Until it happens, it's vaporware. So we just saw Andy Hall in position 3, the number 130 Cup Car Engineering 991 Series 1 Cup car go past. New sponsorship on board Andy Hall's car, Muscle Car Warehouse on the rear wing, and Evolve Driving. Of course, Andy's teamed up with Dean Samet and that really great business that visits the Victorian circuits and conducts some driver training. Second from the back of the grid, there is the Mercedes AMG GT4 of Chris Batsios in position 14. And position 16, Robin Bailey in the MGB GT V8. Panther Fuel windscreen banners in place. Of course, Panther Fuel's coming on board, partnering with the competitors. Random draw conducted at the end of every weekend. If your number comes up, you get your weekend's fuel for free.
Here's the Harold's entry of Chris Batsios we were talking about, and well, there's a hark back to well, not a gone era, the number 77 of Russell Butler. I'm not too sure what brand that clubman is, but it could be
it's
a number
an
of
Arrow.
An Arrow. Okay, great to see that out there. There is numerous of those, and I guess I said maybe the Porsche were the original track day car. I'll have to probably correct that and say the Lotus Super 7 or Lotus 7, as it was when it started out, was certainly a very good car. I love a good clubman. I did a 24-hour race here many years ago with a Caterham, which is essentially a Lotus 7, but a clubman style car. Have a look at this car. This is absolutely menacing. The number 65 being driven very well these days by Ben Schutz.
And of course, one of the other topics to talk about in sports cars, one of the few categories on board the state sports or the state circuit racing fields, we've got a tyre war. Yokohama versus Michelin versus Pirelli versus Dunlop. You know, there are different brands of tyres up and down the field. So Michael Kokonos aboard the Launch Racing Audi, he's running effectively in Fanatec GT World Challenge Australia powered by AWS. I think I got that in. Thanks, Kralsey. He's running the Pirelli, the latest generation Pirelli racing slick, of course, as he'd have to run in the GT series. A lot of the Porsches running Michelin, of course. Michelin partnered with Porsche forever. Some of the front runners, of course, running Yokohamas. And then at the back of the field, oh great, a wall camera. How good's a wall camera, Daz?
Certainly looks great. Looks the menacing look across the front row of the grid there with the sin of Ben Schutz and Jamie Lovett. Great to have Manny Menezelma in this field as well. We saw his truck emblazoned across the marshalling area. The field set to go. Official's car at the back of the field will chase these cars down. The clutch take up on the Porsche, very nice indeed. Of course, the Cup cars are designed for the standing starts. This Sin R1 GT of Ben Schutz probably would prefer to have a rolling start, as he just struggles to keep the Sin from running wide off the track there. Doesn't want to run wide, and he just sneaks the number 65 around into turn number 3 for establishing the first leader of this race. 9 laps the journey for these cars. Tomorrow they'll do a 40-minute timed race, so they sacrifice a race in the morning and have a longer race in the afternoon. One of the only categories that really wish to do that. It is, it plays into the field of these cars a lot better. Mike Kokonos in the Launch Audi, just looking up the inside there, and it's Andrew Hall in the Cup Car Engineering entry. He's got the Audi all over the back of his Porsche at the moment.
Good to see Jacob Lee back again aboard the Mars Performance. He's tucked in behind Christian Fitzgerald there aboard the EMA Motorsport 991 Series 2 Cup car. And again, we've seen that, the Porsche's really great at the standing start, weight all over the back axle, designed to basically sit there with the, the tachometer banging off the rev limiter, sidestep the clutch with about, 8,500 RPM on board, and the thing just walks away from the line neatly. The Sin, a lot more torque, much more, much greater capacity engine. So much more torque down low. Really got to walk the thing off the line, otherwise it just bags it up for the wheel spin.
Interesting observation of the Porsches there. Sometimes when that clutch take up isn't quite well, the bobble of the car over its wheelbase is quite evident. You can tell when a Porsche doesn't get away nicely, they start to bounce off backwards and forwards as all the weight over the back gets transferred forward. The Mars entry we just touched on there as well with Jacob Lie doing a terrific job, and Christian Fitzgerald. Those guys waged a great battle in the 40-minute race at Sandown. and did a tremendous job. Richard Green there, we're just having a look at there, the very famous golfer. And, of course, he had a bit of a foray for some time with an ex-supercar. A foray into a bit of a supercar, and then coming racing now in the Porsche. And I think this probably suits more of his driving style and his lifestyle as well, I would suggest.
His driving style?
Yes, let's go for it.
Yep, no.
I noticed the way you're picking up on all my my references.
Yes, no, of course.
Straight to the top of the Class DS.
Absolutely. Well, as a golfer, of course, I guess he's taking a swing at another kind of sport. That's all right, folks. I'm here all week. Try the veal at the pub. Back to the launch racing Audi number 8, or not, holding down P4 at the moment. So we saw Michael. He's still only sort of 4 or 5 events into his circuit racing career, starting to see a bit more development, a little bit more confidence in the car, confidence in the ABS. We saw some great moves down into turn 9 at Dandenong Road, and then it all came apart when he basically overcooked it, lifted off the throttle, and rotated off at turn 1 at Sandown.
Can be tricky to start to get to hands with this. Michael Kokonos, of course, has driven a couple of different cars, and swinging on board with MPC with an Audi is going to certainly help him. A lot of coaching available via the program that they run with their Audis, as with Andrew Hall does as well with Cup Car Engineering. Always doing a strong job here at the State Series, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's not too long before we start to see this team pushing into the Porsche Michelin GT3, whatever that's called now, Sprint Challenge.
See, now this is a bit different. So this is Andy Hall harassing the back of Jamie Lovett. So I believe this is Jamie's first race weekend aboard the 991 car,
isn't it?
So he's probably getting used to it. It is a much longer wheelbase than the 997, over 100mm longer between the axles. So it's very different the way that it handles a corner. And of course, Andy getting tucked up behind Jamie is keeping Michael in play.
And, well, the other thing is that it's handing it to Ben Schutz, actually, at the moment. He's got just under a 2-second lead on the second lap of this race. So these two Porsches almost traditionally getting together and battling it out now. It's going to be interesting to see how Jamie can start to use the advantages he's now got under his right foot. By that I mean the entire car being just a little bit better mousetrap than his previous generation car. And Andrew Hall certainly knows how to hustle this, and we're just seeing it with him getting up on the ripple strips at turn 1 there. Michael Kokonos in the background. He showed the nose into turn 9, just sort of let them know that the black car is there to take advantage of any situation that might transpire with these two Porsches out in front. Fantastic looking silhouettes these race cars cut around the Winton Motor Raceway. Central Victoria. You close your eyes, you could be somewhere in the countryside of France at Le Mans. Certainly that flat 6 sound of the Porsche is very European sound.
We aren't that far away from one of Northern Victoria's wine regions, so you quaff yourself with a little bit of Shiraz from Brown Brothers in Millua, not too far up the road.
I reckon you probably could. You'd probably jump out of your GT3 Cup car and jump in your GT3 road car and go for a bit of a blast up the road, all within the legal limits, of course.
Absolutely. Well, of course, once it's only just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so these gentlemen will be done for the day in about 10 minutes.
Manny Menezolma now. This is mid-pack, position number 8. He's also got himself a newer Porsche. What he did have. So he refers to a new mistress.
So that's Christian Fitzgerald aboard a 991 Series 2 Cup car. That's exactly what Manny Messersama's picked up. So that car moved out of Carrera Cup in the off-season. It's now obviously eligible for the Michelin Sprint Challenge as the most recently superseded Cup car. That also means it gains eligibility for the Victorian Sports Car Series.
These two also had a battle, Christian and Jacob as well at Sandown. So it looks like good old buddies getting back together again after Sandown, and they've headed up the Hume to the great confines of the Winton Motor Raceway. And the acceleration on the, I'm going to call it mid-blue Mars Performance entry.
Mars Blue, there we go.
There we go. Well, it's Mars Orange.
Mars Orange.
Their corporate colours on Clayton Road there in Clayton for all your customised headlights and taillights and accessories. And mid-race now for the first race of the weekend for our sports cars. Ben Schutz qualifying time of 1:21.75, and he was the only one in the 21s. Jamie Lovett at 22.4, Hall at 22.6, Kokonos at 22.8, And Jacob Lai was in a low 23. Getting a good look for the leaders here. Well, actually, this is number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 on the road, because there is Ben Schutz right down the road in the Sin, and big move there as well. Kokonos trying to get through on Hall. Hall defending nicely. Christian,
it's pulling Christian Fitzgerald in the group. They've just put Rodney Gordon down the lap, so he's not having the greatest run in his early 997 Cup car. His best lap so far are 1 minute 34.3, sorry, 131.3, but must have had a spin we didn't catch earlier. So Christian Fitzgerald now hunting down Michael Kokonos. So it's Porsche versus Audi, two cars, two companies that are distantly or intertwined. I wouldn't so much say related or one owns the other. They're very much intertwined and entangled. Oh, a bit of a tail wag. Yep, they're probably up to temperature now, but he's probably just might have dialed the traction control one click or down a little bit too far. He's got the absolute brains trust, the weapons grade support team of Troy and Lee from MPC this weekend. They gave the rest of the team the weekend off. After a big, massive 3-day weekend at Phillip Island. So we've got rear-engine, 4-litre normally aspirated flat 6 up against 5.2-litre normally aspirated V10 mid-engined. Bigger tyres on the Audi, a little bit more aerodynamics, but BOP restrictors installed in the intake tract for the engine. Just over 3 laps remaining. And of course, Andy Hall still holding out position 3 ahead of Michael Kokonos, ahead of Christian Fitzgerald, and tucked in behind Jacob Lee, making a good job in the 266 number 6.
Evolved Technique driver in the number 74 there. Christian Fitzgerald just driving a lot more smoothly than Michael Kokonos at the moment. Michael really reefing at the wheel of his Audi. The number 8 being driven very, very hard there, and looks like Christian is just got the ball on the string there a little bit, just keeping it nicely.
Here we go. Here's the battle I was looking forward to. So this is Chris Batsios aboard the AMG GT4, coming to grips with his AMG in a race environment. So big 4-litre twin turbo GT4 sports car up against a little 4-cylinder Clubman-based car, the Arrow SE of Russell Butler. These guys
even sans any aero screen. He's just gone straight across cover over the engine.
No windscreens. No, they're for wimps, son.
That's right. We
wimps.
put the visor down.
What do you want? A roof? Next thing you'll want headlights and a heater.
Listen to it scream as it comes across there. Great to have Chris in the wheel of this Harold's Enter vehicle, and that urban camouflage look to it really did look menacing amongst the field of the GT cars in the Australian Championship last weekend.
I still have a feeling if that came up behind you, Daz, you'd still know it was there.
Absolutely you would, and you can hear it going past as well. It's got a magnificent V8 note to it, albeit let's call it silenced slightly by some turbos, but really good, like I said in the opening comments. Great to have the team at CSR here this weekend, led by Joe Ladoni and all that crew, and the program that AMG is sort of doing with the guys from that garage in Moorabbin. And like I said, there's a pocket of Moorabbin. There's so much motorsport that goes on there. Not too far away from the very famous Wayne Menken's garage these days as well. Of course, the turbo legend of years gone by as Chris Batsios goes up the inside that time, and the AMG just using its straight line handling, if you like, to the great abandon.
And ABS brakes and massive Pirelli slicks and a bit of aero tucked away. But the Clubman not giving away too much under brakes. They've got overlap. Now they'll run up the inside. There we go. Overlap ceased, and now they get to run again. So, of course, you'll notice there's the red P plate like you'd see on the back of a Nissan Micra or a Hyundai Excel back in the day. This is Chris's first ever race meeting behind the wheel. So, and of course, he was getting all set to run GT World Challenge, rolling starts. He's had to do his first standing start today. So he's got Sam Brabham doing some of the driver coaching for him.
Here we go.
Jacob Lee,
here.
It's getting crowded. Michael Kokonos is performing the role of cork in the bottle. Actually, it's Andy Hall aboard the Cup Car Engineering and Muscle Car Warehouse GT3 Cup car there. He's obviously now, this will make really good instruction for his pupils at Evolve Driving, who will come on board to support him this weekend. So he's gone from being the charger to being the cork in the bottle. And all it will take is just one slip up, one little run wide, and he'll lose 1, 2, if not 3 spots in a row.
which is not something that we expect to see from him. To be quite honest, it's not where he operates. He's certainly used to it. Oh, have a look at that. Christian Fitzgerald that time just bouncing it around, coming off the sweep. He got a little bit offline. That's where the track starts to move away. Goes from a nice banked-in camber to violently off camber, and the Porsche just bouncing around on its wheelbase there.
You can see that in the camera shot across turn 7. You can see that turn 7's got a little bit of a bowl cut to it. You can imagine that you're sweeping around through turn 5, you're nicely cambered, and then you've got to flick around to the opposite side. It's almost like cresting the crown in the road.
The car does tend to get light as you do come across that part of the track. Ben Schutz, though, will lead the field around, and he has been absolutely dominant in this shorter race here this weekend, as we see crossing the line now the AMG and the little clubman as well.
Checkered flag flies for Ben Schutz from Sin Cars Australia aboard the Sin R1 GT. Second, Jamie Lovett, a further 8.0 seconds behind aboard his brand new 991 Cup car. Behind him, Andy Hall, the number 130 Cup Car Engineering GT3. Michael Kokonos aboard the Audi R8. Jacob Lee, Christian Fitzgerald getting past Lee at the line. So the 266 of Lee in position 6 behind Christian Fitzgerald, waiting for Manny Metzasama and Stephen Kepper resolve their battle for 7th and 8th. Looking for, as we see, the battle still running, so they didn't get lapped. So it's still the AMG ahead of the clubman. And this is one of the things I say to the drivers I look after the driving standards. The worst thing that happens if you give another driver some space is you have a good race. And these two have been locked together less than a second and a half apart for all of the 9 laps this afternoon.
And to be honest here, this is what Chris needs. He needs to be racing in some close company with people, because that's what he's going to be experiencing in further competition, that's for sure. And Russell Butler, vastly experienced in the number 77. Boy, it looks vulnerable, doesn't it, compared to the AMG?
Russell's actually gone 3 seconds faster per lap on his best lap time in the race than he did in qualifying. So that's a massive improvement. Chris Batsios not quite matching his 130.9 from qualifying, but that's really good first instance. And of course, they'll be back tomorrow. They've got to do 40 minutes. And of course, if you think 9 laps is a long time, wait until you do 10, 15, 20 laps. Which does take quite the while here at Winton Motor Raceway. Thank you once again to all the volunteer officials that make motorsport happen around Australia, but especially this weekend at Winton Motor Raceway, the nation's action track. Daz, it was a pleasure being here. I'll catch you tomorrow for some more production sports car racing Victoria action.
Thank you very much, Dave Stillwell, for bringing us race 1 for the weekend of the production sports with the sports cars here, and we look forward to seeing them on track for their 40-minute race tomorrow, and that's always a great affair. So that will be at 1:55 tomorrow for the 40-minute sports car race. They head back to the pit and paddock area, and we will be back live with the improved production, Formula Ford cars on track next. Back soon. Formula Ford is about. It's about racing. Have a look at Harris there. What a catch in the number 55. Get that one, Blendline TV, and put it all over social media. There's your 10 million hits right there.
Round 1 of the Victorian Formula Ford Championship also doubled as round 1 of the Australian National Formula Ford Series. 34 cars descending on the Sandown International Raceway. Jude Bargwanna was certainly on the pace from the start of the weekend until this coming together with Cameron McLeod at turn 3. And neither driver was happy with this one. Race 1 winner Jordan Sinney certainly got his second race of the weekend off to a great start. Valentino Astudi was unfortunately out. Brendan Jones scoring some airtime there. Tom Davies into the kitty litter. The third and final race of the weekend, and it was Cody Donald's turn to take the challenge up to Jordan Sinney. Jude Bargwanna was making up for lost ground. Cody Donald and Matthew Hillier almost coming together on the main straight. Hillier doing a fantastic job on debut. Jude Barguana's weekend got even worse as he speared off into the kiddie litter. But it was Cody Donald who would hang on to win. Jordan Sinney, the championship leader, going into round 2.
Welcome back trackside. Formula Ford making their way out on to the track and from the dummy grid. This is round 2 of the Victorian Formula Ford Championship. My name is Callum Brannigan and I am joined alongside by he's normally out there and in competition in Formula Ford, and he is of course Paul Ziddy. Thank you for joining us this afternoon, Paul.
Thanks for the introduction, Callum. It's a pleasure to be here. A stunning day at the picturesque Winton Motor Raceway here in northeast Victoria. And the Formula Fords, I'm sure, as they always do, about to turn on an absolute masterclass of racing for us.
You can see Jordan Sinney currently leads the championship by 10 points over Cody Donald. Donald is here this weekend, but he's not in competition. Jordan Sinney in the number 5, Dirty Diggers, I should say. XL Building Services Spectrum is here this weekend, and it's a great learning exercise for him as Formula Ford will be back here for round 3 of the Australian National Series as part of the Supercars support bill coming up in just a few months' time. Cody Donald in 2nd position and Matthew Hillier showing in 3rd position with 83 points to his name ahead of Jimmy Physick and Clay Richards as well. The opening round of season 2022 was also round 1 of the National Series as well. So we saw 37 cars turning out that weekend.
Yeah, and a few of those names that you saw at the top of the point score there, not here this weekend because they are indeed focusing on that national series that you spoke about. Yeah, that's why they're not here. But we do see here today the regular state championship contenders. And in pole position, we have, as you say, debutant at Sandown. Great lap from him this morning, Matthew Hillier, to put it on pole.
Fantastic effort from him and the Sonic Motor Racing Services team. He draws up alongside Kobe Williams. It is a Miguel versus Spectrum front row. Jordan Sinney will be starting from the 3rd position, but we saw just briefly before that Richard Davison is currently leading the Kent Championship, racing his Van Diemen RF95. That car, at the hands of Garth Tander, took out the 1997 championship, and it also gave Will and Alex Davison, son of Richard, their circuit racing debuts in Formula Ford as well. So that car is steeped in history, and we're very happy to have it in competition here this weekend at Winton. And it is incredibly hot out there at the moment, 27 degrees, absolutely roasting under the hot sun, just waiting for the last of the cars to form the grid as well. So Hillier from Williams, Jordan Sinney from in 2nd position, Joe Fawcett starting out of 4th position. Matthew Holmes as well in the number 41 car up from Tasmania, the paediatrician. Great to have him back racing in the Vic State Series as well. They are underway, and it's Hillier who gets the jump over Williams as they charge towards turn 1. Jordan Sinney also getting a great start as well in the yellow and black number 5 car. He's up into position 2. Matthew Holmes up into position 3, just ahead of Joe Fawcett in the number 23 car. So great clean start from the Formula Ford grid.
Yeah, fantastic to see all the young guys and girls get away cleanly. And it's starting, Matt's had a really good start, opened up a little bit of a lead now, but Jordan will have the head down, the eyes forward, trying to bridge that gap as they all go through the sweeper for lap 1 here and into the hairpin known affectionately as tank, because it's got the big round thing there that looks like a tank.
It's looking pretty sunny out there. We hope the volunteer officials here this weekend ensuring motorsport runs are definitely applying the sunscreen, because the UV rating is absolutely through the roof. You can see Jack Clifford on our screen in the orange and white Miguel. He's just behind, it looks like Jared Farrell in the Geelong Performance Centre Spectrum, the plain white car. A great battle ensuing between those two. Jack Clifford has stepped up to the Miguel after a season racing the John Blanchard-owned Van Diemen RF86 in the Kent Series. So he spent a season just learning, getting a nice baseline for his circuit racing debut last year. He also made an appearance in that car at the Phillip Island Classic earlier this year, just a couple of months ago, and he's seamlessly transitioning in between the more modern Miguel and the older Van Diemen RF86. So it's great to see him making some ground and stepping up through his development in circuit racing. So that is lap 1 done and dusted. This is a 9-lap race.
Yep, and as they came across the stripe, Hillier had just on a 4/10 lead, and the two, Hillier and Cini, look like they've put just the slightest gap into the pack behind them, with Williams, Home, Fawcett and Santa Lucia in a nice, what's building toward a nice four-way battle there.
Just behind Santa Lucia, we've got Xavier Kokai in 7th position in the High Zero Spectrum, the number 10 car. Just last weekend we saw a lot of these competitors competing in round 2 of the Australian National Series as part of the Shannon's Motorsport Australia Championship support bill. That was a very popular addition to the racing schedule last weekend, and they certainly turned it on when they needed to for the live broadcast race on Stan Sport. But fantastic effort from the Formula Ford cohort, and you can see clean racing this morning, and it's incredibly hot out there. From your point of view, Paul, when it is a day like today, how hot does it get in the cockpit?
You don't tend to notice it as much while you're in, shall we say, the heat of battle, where you really find as soon as that checkered flag goes and you're on that cool down lap, that you've got the heat soaked through the car, you've no longer got the adrenaline running quite as hard, and at that point you just can't wait to get up and out of the car, peel the helmet and the triple layer race suit off and start to rehydrate. But certainly the tyres will be feeling this, the track temperature will be up, and it'll be managing that tyre wear across the life of the race.
So on our screen, we've got a great battle between Mendes and Peter Fitzgerald. Peter Fitzgerald's car, sticker just a little bit reminiscent of the Red Bull Racing Formula One cars, and Fitzgerald certainly enjoying his Formula Ford racing hails from the Bellarine Peninsula, and he stepped up to a Duratec powered car just a couple of seasons ago after spending several seasons in a Kent powered Spectrum. But he says these cars are a little bit more of a handful, especially when you're trying to steer them at 10 tenths, but they are perfectly manageable at 9 tenths as well, and they are a great little technical package. 510 kilos, around 110 kilowatts from a 1.6 litre Duratec engine pulled straight out of the front of a Ford Fiesta, and it really does teach these young guys and girls the technical aspects they really need to know, especially as a lot of these drivers have their eyes set on tin tops, especially in the domestic market in Australia, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been the hallmark of this category over 50 years now. The category's been around the world, and certainly here in Australia, where it's taken a real stronghold in that development pathway. From my perspective, as being someone much more the other side of 50 years of age, you made a very good point there in that they are a fantastic package. They're a proper single-seat racing car, incredibly exciting and fun to drive, and more than manageable by someone of my modest talent at that 9 tenths level. But I tell you, the young guys and girls that drive these things on the limit, they are a real rare and special talent, and that's why you see the people who come through this category and do well go on to excel in whatever they do next.
Oh, Joe Fawcett showing the nose going into the tank. Matthew Holmes defending beautifully in the number 41 car, the Ultratech sponsored Spectrum. Matthew Holmes making a trip up to Tasmania, whereas a lot of other competitors making their way down to Tasmania for this weekend's Supercars event down at the Apple Isle. But Matthew Holmes working incredibly hard over the last decade and a half to get all of his accreditation to become a paediatrician, and doing a fantastic job down there in Tasmania, and always has done a fantastic job in Formula Ford and Formula V. On our timing screens as well, we can see that cars 34, 40, 30. So just having a look, that's Kyle Evans in the number 34 car, but the number 40 car of Richard Davison as well, copping a time penalty. So you would hazard a guess that is based on a jump start or a start
crossing. I believe it was for crossing the blend line on the exit of pit lane. So the blend line here is that line as you exit the pit lane, there is a blend line that you must remain, well, in this case, to the left of, and that is to ensure that you don't impede cars on track. And even though it may have been for the observation lap when they were exiting pit lane, that still applies, and they may well have been pinged for that. It was raised at the driver's briefing, and it's certainly one of those things that applies anywhere you go in the world.
Joe Fawcett just behind Matthew Holmes, once again having a look at turn 3 in Santa Lucia, also featuring at the back of this battle as well, so you can see the number 23 car with the total sticker on the airbox. This is a great battle. They are certainly close nose to tail, and this is for position 4. They're trailing Kobe Williams up ahead in position 3 by around a second and a half. It's becoming a close battle at the head of the field as well. Matthew Hillier has his mirrors full of Jordan Sinney's Dirty Digger XL Building Services Spectrum, and Williams has climbed onto the back, or joined the lead battle as it becomes a 3-way battle for the lead. But this battle for position 4, fantastic. And we've also got Xavier Kokai in position 7. He's starting to slowly crawl up onto the back as well. But the slipstream effect around here is not quite as strong as we have seen at other circuits like Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, where you've got top speeds nearing 240 k's an hour, whereas you're lucky to nudge 200 k's an hour around the tight technical nature of the Winton Motor Raceway, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. And that the slipstream still does have some impact. It's just not as strong, so you don't see as people getting dragged along. But what you do notice, it's again back to the nature of this category, that right throughout the field you're seeing, and Jordan's getting very racy now at the front, trying to get that move done. Got a great run through the sweeper on that lap, and they've closed up even more. And that's what you see in Formula Ford. Throughout the field, you got all these little battle packs happening, and depending on where the driver's at in their development curve. So there's always someone for you to race. There's always something for you to learn. And we've got we've got a couple of debutants here this weekend. Another up from Tasmania, Harrison Sellers, having his first ever race and going really well and just enjoying the experience here. But that's getting real racy at the front between the 3 guys now. This will be interesting to watch.
Number 5, having a look up the inside of number 4, Matthew Hillier from Jordan Sinney, and Williams just behind in 3rd position. It's an enthralling battle. Jordan Sinney, heaps of experience behind him. This is about his 3rd season in Formula Ford, albeit even if the last 2 seasons were affected by COVID, lockdowns and interruptions. Matthew Hillier doing an outstanding job, it must be said. He made his debut at Sandown just a couple of weeks ago. He's doing a state-level campaign in season 2022, and the number 4 car looks dialed in almost immediately. So Hillier certainly impressing despite his lack of experience in Formula Ford. He's looking very much at home, but the Dirty Diggers car still hounding the back of him, but he's falling back within the clutches of Kobe Williams, who's running wide going into turn 7, and it's quite a busy technical lap around the Winton Motor Raceway as well. You could bank on around 12 gear changes per lap. Despite these cars having a 4-speed H-pattern transaxle, it's incredibly busy for these drivers to be consistent in the gear changes as well, and just add a little bit of heat, a lot of competition, all of those factors. It actually highlights the awesome job that Matthew Hillier is doing at the head of the field, and Jordan Sinney's certainly pressing ahead, so can't wait for this race to continue to unfold with 2.5 laps left. Yeah, absolutely. You said that very, very well. It was Matthew is doing a wonderful job out there in front, driving mistake-free. And look, let's be honest, that's not an easy... we've had some contact there, unfortunately. Hopefully both cars will continue. I don't think there was much in that sort of a racing incident, but back to Matthew's doing a superb job. Let's not underestimate how difficult it is to drive mistake-free under that pressure, and he's just reeling the laps out and doing a great job. Again, to Jordan's credit, pushing on that bit harder, looking for the way around, and also not making mistakes. Kobe Williams, slightly less experience than these 2 guys in racing cars overall, and in the heat of that battle made that little mistake, and that's just dropped him back off that battle pack again. Xavier Kokai making his way up to P6, and another mover and shaker is Jared Farrell in P7. He's just ahead of Jack Clifford as well, the high school student from the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. These young guys and girls certainly turning on the racing this afternoon, and it was incredibly lucky for the car of Joe Fawcett earlier not to, he got away relatively scot-free from that one. I suspect there might have been a mistake from Jordan Sinney, or there might be something going on with that car. He certainly dropped off the back of Matthew Hillier as they're coming up to turn 10.
Yeah, and I spotted that as you were speaking then. He just got a little bit out of shape, and that's the thing with Formula Ford. If you make a little error, they certainly punish you. It's very much in this category about maintaining that momentum, about keeping the speed and momentum up, and that's, again, why it's such a great training category, because there's nowhere to hide. You make a little mistake, it shows up on the stopwatch, or in this case, shows up because you go from challenging to the lead to defending your second place.
Kobe Williams is showing as the fastest man in this race with a 1 minute 26.12. He did that on lap 5, so he certainly got the pace in the heat. We're predicting similar conditions tomorrow as well, but Santa Lucia all over the back of the high zero spectrum of Xavier Kokai. Xavier's sporting a new lid, a new paint job on his helmet, looking fantastic out there, and the car's beautifully presented as well. And a little bit of effort required for these cars between sessions, especially if they've been driven at 10 tenths, but not too much in comparison. That looks like Harrison Blanchard and Mendez off at turn 3.
Appear to have found the kitty litter. I think, let's see what they'll do here. I don't think that those cars will get out. That, I imagine, would result in at least local yellows, if not a safety car. I think it is the last lap. They may protect this with local yellows and let the guys race to the line rather than bring out a safety car this late in the race.
Of course, we saw something similar last year when we had a sudden rain shower in race 2. Matthew Holmes having a look up the inside of Williams. He's going to take that position away going into turn 12, so plenty of experience in the number 41 car. He makes his way onto the podium, and that's a fantastic victory for Matthew Hillier from Jordan City. Matthew Holmes climbing onto the podium with that fantastic move at the last corner on the last lap of the race. Santa Lucia home in position 5, just behind Kobe Williams. Jared Farrell home in position 6. Xavier Kokai home in position 7 ahead of Jack Clifford in 8th position. Joe Fawcett in 9th. Harrison Sellers in 10th position on his debut competition race in Formula Ford.
And this morning he was saying he would like to make it into the top 10, which is what he's done, so congratulations to Harrison. Fine young man, background in karting like so many of these drivers have been, and done a stellar job to get that top 10 finish, so well done to him. Thank you for having me in the commentary booth for the call. Fantastic race, those two drivers standing there looking at their forlorn rigs and waiting for the nice guys with the tow straps to come and drag them out, and they can go back and explain how it all went wrong.
Looking philosophical from our standpoint. There's also a race within a race, and it looks like Richard Davison is home in first position in the Kent category, just ahead of Brendan Jones and James Meaden. That's been a fantastic battle between that trio for the last 2 seasons or so, and Walker home in position 4 as well. However, these standings are all provisional. We'll wait to see how it washes out after the time penalties have been applied to the competitors after some blend line infringements before the race even started. So we can see that the Winton recovery crews are incredibly quick on the scene. They're already recovering those cars, so this shouldn't affect the schedule too much. So we say big thank you to Paul Ziddy for joining us in the commentary booth.
Always a pleasure. I love being here, and I'll be back tomorrow for the races tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon. We have another 2 races coming your way. The first of them at just after 10 minutes past 10 tomorrow morning. We have another 9-lapper, and then the 10-lap Enduro at 2:40 p.m. So I look forward to joining you in the commentary position then.
That's awesome. We say big thanks to Paul. Once again, coming up next are the improved production cars for their opening 9-lap race of the weekend. We've got Stephen DeVries and Darren Smith stepping into the hot seat.
1 of the Victorian Improved Production Championship at Sandown International Raceway. The home of horsepower, always lending itself to the big V8 power plants, as seen with Danny Timewell and the number 11 Commodore. Brad White with this unfortunate mechanical gremlin, forcing him out of the race with the front right failure. Craig Piergross doing a fantastic job in the number 640 Falcon. Mike Sinclair and Wayne Twist with this great exchange as well, going into turn 9. Once again, the advantage of horsepower was on display in the second race of the weekend, and you can see South Australian Adam Poole steering clear of this confrontation between Ian McLennan and Craig Piergross. Callum Jensen coming together with Zorkas going into turn 9. This unique weight-saving strategy was employed in the Peugeot. Zorkas eventually finding his way through in the Civic. David Bone exploring track limits there. Meanwhile, Peter Dixon was failing to get off the line in the Silver Monaro. Grant Ogle also with a bit of a murmur. Adam Poole leading the way as he was on track to take out a perfect weekend, and with it, the championship victory. Craig Piergross almost coming together with former champion Luke Recumbo there. Cade Lehman up the inside of McLennan as well, continuing to fight it out as the lap unfolded. But it was Poole who took the championship lead.
Live pictures down in the marshalling area, looking over the shoulder of someone in an RX-7, which is a rare find these days in improved production. We've got a number of RX-7s entered here this weekend. Darren Smith with Steve DeVries right alongside, probably because I put the wind up all the RX-7 owners after Sandown when there was none there.
You have, absolutely indeed. And we are looking over the left shoulder of one Robert Baird, who has had a little bit of a run in the Vic State Circuit Racing Championships late last year. Last time we saw him, I believe, was down at Phillip Island. Himself and his son Tom here this weekend. I think even John Perkins has been wrenching on that car down there as well. So great to see that the Mazda Brigade and the Mazda community have heeded your call.
Yeah, great to see Rob back doing it too. He was a racer right back in the early 90s in the club car era, before the 2000s saw the name go from, well, initially it was road registered, and it was run under the auspices of the Victorian Road Registered Racing Association with, that guy, Malcolm Henley's brother. That's Bruce, is it? Well, Bruce was part of that era as well. He raced in club cars as well in a couple of very famous snotty-nosed RX-3s, as did Robert Baird as well. So good to see some of the old guard making their way back as well in their rotary-powered cars, which was, I guess, prior to this current decade, if you like. The rotaries of the RX-3s and RX-7s dominated this class, and interesting, we're looking straight across at car 7 of David Bone, because there was a number of Datsuns as well. Of particular note, Phil Morris had a lot of success in a Datsun 1600, albeit a 2.6 litre stroked SR20 that he ran, or 2.8, can't remember what it was stroked out to, but it was an absolute weapon. Obviously, rules have been adjusted ever so slightly. I guess the great aspect of improved production car racing is that the rule set has been so stable for such a long time. The other thing that is so stable is the control tyre, and it's been Yokohama for the best part of 21 years now. I think, doing some rough maths, that sort of sounds about right. So good to see Robert Baird has come back in what is his traditional striped white and blue. We'll see that once we see the 777 roll out. And great to have 888 Home Loans on board with improved production. Let's call it the class that introduced 888 Home Loans to state-level racing.
Certainly is. They've put their name to a couple of other categories this year as well, 888 Home Loans. Great job by Cam McKinnon and all the guys and girls that give all of the improved production and all the Vic State Circuit Racing Championship competitors and their families. Great deals on home loans and mortgage advice. They've had their name on the side, I think, of the Porsche 944s and a couple of other things throughout the course of the year so far. Looking forward to their sponsorship continuing on throughout the rest of the year. The big one for this year was that Prestige Hino actually took over naming rights sponsor of the improved production category for the year. So big thank you to Danny Timewell, who's a national fleet manager down there at Australia's most awarded Hino dealer in Dandenong South in the metropolitan part of Melbourne. They sell a few trucks up here, I'd imagine. I can actually see there's an old Hino just sit right behind there, right at the very back of shot, almost dead smack middle in the camera there, just behind, I think it's Craig Piergros and Jamie Augustine. Geez, I've got some good eyes today.
It's probably one of Danny Tomwell's first trucks he ever sold. So
might be pretty close to it, actually.
It probably would be, you know. It's great to see Danny Tomwell at the track. It was even better to see him at Sandown after a nasty smash up at Sydney Motorsport Park. Went up there to, I guess, live the dream and support one of the 4 weekends of supercars at the Sydney Bonanza that was held at the end of last year to fulfil their television commitments. And unfortunately, Danny came away heavily damaged with his Commodore, a reshell and a rethink on quite a number of things on the car. And looking forward to seeing Danny run right up the front in improved production in the not too distant future, like he did in the floor pan category in sports sedans there, where he won the championship in the floor pan cars. So great to see such a good field of improved production cars, 35 cars rounding out the field. And one that I was just talking to Steve before we came onto air, Jared McLeod was touted to be running the silver Monaro here this weekend and obviously didn't make it out for qualifying, but we'll wait and see if Jared's tagged onto the back of this group. Jared also has driven a number of these cars. He also built himself a VE Commodore to run in improved production, and has also given the Shep City Bearings team some assistance with setting up that car as well. Unfortunately, not seeing the yellow Commodore here this weekend. But the good thing about Winton is it gives us a big mix-up at the front. So we look at the grid sheet as the cars start to head out on track. The front row of the grid sees a 4-cylinder turbocharged Nissan with Paul Cruz, the number 13 orange car, just coming up the old main straight now. And right next to him, an E30 Robert Braun-driven BMW.
Yeah, Rob Braun has a fantastic record here. He's done really, really well to put on the front row with Paul Cruz. Both of those gentlemen have actually had a run in the South Australian Circuit Racing Championships a couple of weeks ago. Rob Braun actually finished 3rd overall. Paul Cruz, unfortunately, had an engine dilemma. They've had to put that car through a bit of an engine rebuild process with bits and pieces that they had lying around. So it's a fantastic effort for Paul Cruz to actually grab pole position by the margin that he did in qualifying earlier this morning.
We start to see that shot there where the cars are still coming out of pit lane, and Paul Cruz is actually around the top end near the gum tree. The car's still exiting pit lane. The improved production, victim of their own success at the moment with so many entries. They're strewn out on this warm-up lap right around the whole Winton the layout at the moment, and I think Paul's just noticed that, and he's slowed the field up dramatically before they come around the truck assistance corner and come down the straight there as well. So he'll be keeping an eye on the cars still pouring out of pit lane, and they halt that now, and it looks like there's one silver Monaro down the back of the field. No, it's an RX-8, and we're still rolling out.
It's still coming. Yeah, that's Richard Opie.
Richard Opie, sorry.
Yeah, in the Mazda RX-8. It's the second of the RX-8s in the field, and they're still coming out.
So position 3 on the grid, we'll see Jared Tonks. Now we're starting to look a little bit more like Sandown. Luke Gretsch Gumbo in the number 25, a previous champion of the class. Jamie Augustine in the 155, who had the I guess it's a red wine coloured car out there on the track as well. Great to see Jamie. Very busy weekend at Phillip Island last weekend, doing a lot of technically inclined work for Motorsport Australia down there. Stephen Zorkas, how's that? 6th row on the grid, under 2 litre car. He's found some speed here this weekend. Craig Piergros. Now, I guess this is where we're going to see the big horsepower charge. Row 4, Piergros and Timewell. Then Mark Stavanis and Robert Bedd out of 10th place. David Bone out of 11th. Bruce Henley, great to see Bruce. Bruce actually won the Benalla Gold Series here in his mustard yellow RX-3, where he ran both club cars and sports sedans, and that's in the mid-90s. So that's how long Bruce has been around. Wayne Allway back to Adrian Taranto, Bryce Peter Budge, Brad White, Graham McPherson. Great to see Graham back in the field there as well. Paul Griswolds, great to have him also back in the under 2 litre car as well. Callum Jensen, Wayne Twist, Dallas Brooks, Shane Williams, Blair Cool, Richard Opie from Bendigo Mazda down there in 24th place. Bryson Lloyd, Paul Vullerman, John Dawson, James West, Ashley Rogers, Brett Harris out of 30, Wayne Decker out of 31, Scott Appledore in the Hyundai, Michael Sinclair in the Hyundai as well, Bradley Ross and Mark Timperano off the back of the field. And good to have Brad Ross back in the number 34 as well.
Yeah, the EA Falcon there as well. A couple of cars to keep an eye on here. Adrian Taranto, 7 cars deep on the right-hand side of the grid there. We'll get a very, very good launch, little four-wheel drive Audi. Likewise, the good field of under 2-litre cars here this weekend. There's at least a half a dozen of them. This is a place that is very, very good and very, very kind to the under 2-litre cars. As we mentioned that just there, looks like one of them, that being the Nissan Pulsar of Blair Cool. He hasn't been out on the track for a while, actually, Blair Cool, so he's gone a bit too far and just needs to slot in there between Dallas Brooks and Bryson Lloyd.
So a very full field of improved production cars. Stephen Zorkas being the rock star at the moment of the under 2 litres. Jamie Augustine's going to be one to watch. He's car 3 in that lineup there, but Paul Cruz on the front row and Robert Braun. This is going to be the drag race between these two. They'll hold off the 2 V8 cars on the short run down into turn number 1 as Gretsch Gumbo puts the nose in there. Paul Cruz has to fall in behind Robert Braun. And this is where the more nimble, smaller cars get to change direction, and they do it a lot better. Up to the outside looks Jared Tonks, locks up, torches a Yokohama on the right-hand front. You don't want to do that on lap number 1. There's the 777 of Robert Baird, magic-looking RX-7, as Tonks goes wide as well there. So a torrid turn 3 and 4.
Yeah, he's a bit loose there, Jared Tonks. Lock up going into 3, a little bit scrappy on the exit of turn 4. And under CJ actually might have a problem here. I think he has a little bit of a problem. He's being passed by several cars that were down about 12th and 13th place on the grid. So possibly some sort of ailment there for car number 91. Danny Timewell's there. He's gone past. So too Mark DeFarnis. So too Stephen Zorkas. And we've got a car that's Marco Timperio in the BA Falcon. And that is off on the approach to turn 5.
So that's not an ideal spot. It's continuing to move, so we'll clear any danger, and actually looks like to rejoin the track as well halfway through the sweeper. So continues on. Here's the push here. There's McLeod. He did get on the grid there, and he is just trying to push his way through in the early part of this lap. A vastly experienced racer. Raced V8 Utes, races the magnificent VC Commodore in Touring Car Masters, and the number 21 getting the power down beautifully. Ranges right alongside Paul there in the number 45. Guy who's been in improved production since the very early days and always races very well, and a good return to the track here this weekend for Paul. Great to have him back at the track as Braun and Cruz lead lap number 1. Luke Gretsch-Grumbo. Craig Piergros has had a great start out of 7. He's up to 4 in that big blue Falcon, and he's got a new sponsor on side this weekend too.
He is. It's no longer the Flying Brick. It's called the B&M Boring Flying Brick. That's the name it was affectionately dubbed throughout most of last year. It's good to see some sponsors on board B&M Boring for the rest of the year on car number 640. And look at this. So Jared McLeod has started rear of grid. What was he when he crossed the line there, Darren?
16th.
He was 16th out of the 36-car field. So he's already picked up well over half the field, now gnawing away on the back of Graham McPherson's VE.
Graham won't make it an easy task to get through either. He's a racer's racer, hails from Bendigo, and Jared McLeod all over the back of that Commodore as well. He'll show the nose, and Graham McPherson doesn't want to wade too much into that. Obviously, Jared McLeod got a point to prove here, did get out in qualifying, racing hard. In fact, they're racing hard right behind Graham McPherson at the moment. I can't quite pick up who that is.
Brad White and Bryce Peter Budge, and Bryce had a bit of a look down at turn 9 there. Not a real mooted passing spot unless the car you're trying to get past is very, very wide off that corner. And Brad White having to replace the diff in that car overnight after practice blowing it up yesterday, basically. And they've just been they've had a couple of gremlins here or there, but it's good to see them back out, and at least they're circulating, which is the important piece of the equation.
Bryce Peter Budge now getting very racy with Paul Watts, and that's that BMW there. Got a left front tyre rubbing on the guard there, so that's going to be a problem for the Yokohama if it continues to do on. It'll start to tear the tyre apart there, and just having a good look at the number 89. A bit squirrely under brakes, got the 175 in behind, or the 178 of Dallas Brooks in there as well.
I wasn't prepared to call whether there was actually some contact between Bryce Peter Budge and Brad White down at turn 9. It looked like it, but we cut away from the shot just a little bit too quickly to see it. So maybe there has been some contact, and as a result, there's a little bit of tyre rubbing on the front left guard there on the BMW. Here we go up to turn 6 and 7. Here's Adrian Taranto, who had a really, really good run here in that, well, downpour of a wet sort of part of a race we had last year in round 2, and was leading that race for a good portion of it until the last few laps where the circuit dried out, and unfortunately was rounded up by both Damien Milano and Adam Poole. Adam Poole being a notable absentee this weekend, though, so the cherry is ripe for the picking for some good results for a few drivers this weekend.
You'd have to suggest that Luke Gretsch-Gumbo, Craig Piergross are certainly looking to fill that hole, as well as Jamie Augustine plans to run the whole series. Here comes McLeod now, goes through on Baird, goes through on Taranto. Baird follows the big silver Monaro through on Taranto, puts the nose in there. Taranto just trying to keep the car on track there, has got ran out of room there. And the RX-7 not exactly powering on by, but just holding a little bit more flow of the track. And there's another RX-7 ranging into business there as well.
Yeah, Wayne Allway trying to buy into this one. That was a really opportunistic move from Robert Baird. Great situational awareness. And Wayne Allway's just trying to get in there as well. And look at that, Bruce Henley still sticking onto the back of Wayne Allway too. So great little Mazda brigade here, ganging up on the little Audi.
Wayne Allway, I think that car ran in the Freedom 4 Hour, didn't it?
It was the Ben Schutz car that he shared with. So Ben's got his RX-7 still in the shed. It was Wayne and Ben that did share that car a couple of, about June last year. Incidentally, the Freedom 4 Hour, they're trying to get that off the ground again for this year with Dean Lilly and Ben Schutz and the Ravage Promotions team trying to make that happen. Looking likely to be somewhere around September and October, and it'll be here at the Winton Motor Raceway.
Good event, not as well supported as what it should have been last year, but then there was a lot of up and downing as to where the world was heading at the time. We're setting on a clear path now, and the Freedom 4 Hour, really good addition to the Victorian, I'm going to say, and national scene, because it is certainly a category or a race that cars can come from all over the country. Here's the newly signed sponsor, B&M Boring, on the number 640 here for Craig Piergross and Big Blue Falcon and Jamie Augustine all over the back of it at the moment. Defanis in behind that. Danny Timewell just a little bit further back than that, with David Bone and Stephen Zorkas just starting to come, I guess, come under power or come under fire from the higher powered cars as they start to get into this race. It'll be interesting to see how he can respond, Stephen Zorkas, later on in this race, or probably even tomorrow once the tyres start to see some wear. Augustine in the... I think I called it red wine. It's probably
it looks
maroon.
Like a maroon or a Merlot coloured car. I think you probably would call that one. It's actually his best qualifying result was this weekend. 6th place on the grid, and now in 5th, challenging for 4th place. These two have all, of course, benefited from Jared Tonks's unfortunate mechanical issues. Different strengths and weaknesses here as well. The Piergross Falcon's got a little bit more mumbo in a straight line, but the S14 in the hands of Jamie Augustine, definitely a very, very good, well-rounded package. Handles really well, has good acceleration, doesn't still have the top-end speed of the V8. You can see it illustrated here with Craig taking off and then under brakes. Jamie just catches up and then he's right back on the tail. Oh, Graham McPherson again, this is just out of turn, is it out turn number 2, I think it is? It looks like. Yes, it is actually. It's between turn 2 and 3. It's actually just opposite our commentary box here on the pit straight.
The old pit exit area is where he's just come back out of in the number 73. That's a shame. Graham returning to racing here this weekend. And you can just see on the front of Jamie Augustine's car, who, by the way, has done a lot of racing over the years. He drove the Daytona for Richard Bendel with Ben Schutz as well, and got a lot of racing experience and holds a senior position at Motorsport Australia in eligibility and technical, so knows his way around the sport. I tell you what, he's going to have to be very careful of is Defanis at the moment, ranging in his mirrors. But this is a terrific sort of Australian, I'm going to say, touring car battle, improved production battle here. Cars of all different sorts of shapes and sizes, whatever sort of takes your fancy. You can build it to a very, very stable rule set. As I said in opening remarks, the success of this category is the stability of the rule set. There was some tweaking a number of years ago which allowed the bigger cars to start to come into the competition, but it's still a very happy hunting ground for a well-prepared car, and we're seeing that with Robert Braun in the little 3 Series BMW, and of course Paul Cruz in in the Nissan as well. So they're leading this race over Lucrece Gumbo and the HSV Senator.
Yeah, they've got a nice healthy margin as well, getting up towards 11.5 seconds. This continuing battle on screen, the more that Craig Piergros continues to defend here, it's bringing Mark DeFarnas into this battle. You could see it as they went down into turn 7 a few corners ago. He covered the line. Jamie was thinking about move down the inside at 7, and Craig was very much aware that it was going to happen, covered it off very, very early, and that put the DeFarnas Commodore right on their tail for a very brief period of time.
If you get a chance to come to the track this weekend, make sure you go down and have a look at that Falcon. A great build, really good engineering of Ravage Raceworks. Have a look at this for a battle.
Bryson Lloyd and Paul Vorman.
Understeer there in the Falcon. I guess that's something you can't get out of a road car like that. They're going to do that.
I noticed he's put the rear wing back on that car. He took it off at Sandown thinking it was going to give it straight line speed, but he's put it back on for the tight, twisty handling sections required here at Winton, especially up through turns 7, 8 and 9.
Jared McLeod now into the 10 in position number 8. It's been a little bit harder for him to press on through. He's got through about the first 15 or 16 cars quite easily, but now he's hit that wall. Danny Timewell is the next car up the road, about a good 150 metres further up the road from him. So he's got a lot of work to do to catch him with 3 laps remaining in this race. Here's our leaders. Now this is the diversity of improved production. We saw at Sandown, which is essentially 2 very long straights, drag strips as we like to call them, with some wiggly twisty bits, particularly the brave wiggly twisty bit down into Dandenong Road, and the V8s can really get their power down. Yes, Winton does have some straights. They're not as long to be able to take advantage of the power, but there's certainly a lot of changing of direction, and that's what we see these 2 cars doing very well. This particular bit of the Winton layout here is the right hand of the car wants to, the left hand of the car wants to drift over to the right, and then you've got to really reef on the wheel to try and bring it back again. This one is 2 left-handers where you've just got to link it together. The next bit of track from here all the way around to the Gumtree is exceptionally difficult. This part of the corner cambers in nicely, and then you can see it just there. Crests, comes around, you've got a nice turn in, crests there, and then you dip in and you've got to change direction of the car, and that's what these more nimble, I guess, lighter cars can do very, very well. Bit of a deep breath in there between the 86 and the 13 coming up to the water tower.
Now have a look here, the different lines that Rob Braun takes. Rob Braun looking for a slightly later apex than Paul Cruz. He's got enough car gap over the number 13 Nissan Silvia to make that happen, so he didn't get his nose stuck up the inside there by Paul Cruz at turn 9. Or a little bit of, that would be incidental contact, I think, there with Wayne Decker, as he was just trying to stay as far right as he could to let these guys go through. Did see a little puff of smoke there. Wondering if that is just very, very minor. Here we go, back to the battle over 4th and 5th. Looks like it may finally be settled for a very short period of time with Jamie Augustine here. Nope. Down the inside comes the Piergros Falcon again.
Jamie Augustine's got to try and set himself up to get past McPherson here. He's been boxed in, and that has held him up there. That has stopped the run. The number 73 just playing into it here. Now the 33 starts to weigh in on it as well. So Mark DeFarnas comes in, but Jamie Augustine has now shown the nose as we'll come around to start the final lap of this race. We're on board with the 777.
Coming up to the final couple of corners here is Robert Baird. It's Danny Timewell just ahead. As we cut back to this battle for 4th, 5th, and I guess we can call it 6th as well. Mark DeFarnas is definitely in there. He had a little lunge at Jamie Augustine down toward the last couple of corners. He's just dropped back a little bit through the first couple of parts of this lap.
They've got clear air in front of them at the moment, so Jamie has to throw the gauntlet down to Piergros as he just applies the big right boot, drives away. Now this is where the Nissan starts to come into its own around the twisty bits. He looks to the left, he can hold on tight there. He looks to the right. Is he going to dive up the inside here? He has to make every effort to do it as early as he can. Piergros covers beautifully there in the big Falcon.
Covered it very, very early as well. He's done that for about 3 laps consecutive now, so making his intentions fairly clear. Going to go the long way, Jamie Augustine round the outside. Not quite far enough up to make it stick into the last turn. So Robert Braun going to get to the line here, and it's been a long time between drinks for race wins for Robert Braun. What a great drive.
Terrific drive there. Massive congratulations to the BMW driver, and a huge result there for Paul Cruz. Him and his brother Michael worked very hard as you see Graham McPherson trickling across the line. Here's the next battle, the 155 versus the 640. The triple number, have a look at them here. Augustine got no answer. There wasn't even a look down the inside there. Can he dial it up on the turbocharge here for the run to the line? But Pierre Gross drives away in the big blue Falcon. Will Jamie Augustine have an answer this weekend for Pierre Gross, as these two are going to go at it right across this weekend? We're going to see plenty of action between these two. We'll see them again tomorrow morning over 9 laps at 10:35 in the morning. And I'm going to suggest if it was a little bit cooler like it was today, that's going to fall into the hands of the Falcon. There's the Battles Rage. There's the Bendigo Mazda RX-8 of Opie. And the RX-7 in behind him there as well.
Shane Williams was the one he just got past at turn 9, actually, Richard Opie. Fairly clean move there. He's down in 20th place. Well, that'll, according to the timing screen, he is. He'll move up one spot now that he's gone ahead of Shane Williams.
This is another great build, this car. This is a really nice looking car. It doesn't get used enough.
Out of the same stable as the Tony Groves. Mark Mazda 3 is now down in the pit lane there. The Milton Motorsport guys preparing both cars this weekend.
So Robert Braun strikes first blood with the improved production cars here for 888 Home Loans this weekend. To Paul Cruz, Luke Gumbo home in position 3. Craig Piergros, a hard-fought 4th place over the 155 of Jamie Augustine. Mark DeFanis just didn't have the answer for it, but the hard charger and the reward at the end of that race, if a reward is 7th place, you can chuck your lucky 7 right at that. Jared McLeod will start from that spot tomorrow, and I would suggest he'll feature right at the front of the field in that Monaro. Danny Timewell home in 8th place. Robert Baird, the first of the RX-7s, gets home in 9th. Great to have Robert there as well. David Bone, again, the Datsun 1600, awesome. Wayne Allway, the RX-7. Taranto there in the Audi. Stephen Zorkis has gone backwards, unfortunately, but you'd have to suggest that the under 2 litre car was always going to struggle to stay in that front stanza of the race. Great drive by Steve. Don't take it away from him. With Brad White, Dallas Brooks, Paul Goodwatts, Wayne Twist, and Bryce Peter Budge rounds out our 20 as we go through the rest of the field there, right down through to 38th. A terrific improved production race, as they always are. A great category, always plenty of action when you've got 38 cars on the field, on the track if you like, and they're doing a tremendous job. We like to see that. We've got Formula V's on track in just a few moments. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back at Winton Motor Raceway.
Victorian Formula V Championship at Sandown International Raceway. Nicholas Kerr coming unstuck with this scary move at Dandenong. Gesticulates to the crowd that he's okay. Racing resumed, and it was close battles throughout the entire field, as is to be expected with Formula V racing. Brian Buttigieg with a great look around the outside of the number 5. Pete Collinson and Jake Rowe had a fantastic battle at the head of the field, just ahead of Reef McCarthy, defending champion. A great start to race 2 saw Reef into the lead early on. But it was Brian Buttigieg once again on the outside there. He would have felt that in his backside. Fantastic move up the inside by the number 95, Nicholas Grigg. Unfortunately getting involved in a tangle with Mick Fisher coming into turn 6. Both drivers lucky to walk away from that one. Final 10-lap race of the weekend, and it came down to a battle between Reef McCarthy, Jake Rowe and Pete Collinson. The number 9, John Casamati, into the wall and out of the race. Not before Heath Collinson also out of the race with that dramatic failure. Reef McCarthy the round.
Cars back on track now. Formula Vs make their way out on track. Another great field of Formula Vs. The traditional proving ground of open wheeler races out of karts into Formula V, and really is a strong way to prove your worth on the track. Spend some time in Formula V. Let me tell you, you know you're alive when you're wheel to wheel with 25 of your best friends or worst enemies, depending on which way you look at it. The grid looks a little bit like this. It's Daniel Reynolds over Michael Kinsella in the number 35. Reef McCarthy in position number 3. Then we have Heath Collinson in position 4. Ash Clifford in the number 17 out of 5. Then we go to Hayden Crossland, then Andre Curtin, John Casamati. Brandon Taylor out of 9th. Rounding out the 10 is Adam Nicholson. Lee Partridge doing a terrific job, bringing it into 11th place in qualifying with a 1:35.88. Nick Kerr, quite a long way down there actually for Nicholas. There in position number 12. Isaac Woodhouse to Dan Spinello. Sumac Rodapathian in there as well. Darren Power, Claudia Lennox, Kelly Egan, Brian Buttigieg, Charles Tracy Rich, Rob Vile in the number 21, position 21 in the number 7. Great to have Rob out there. Any other weekend can be found getting pictures at Motorsport. Josh Munro, April Welsh, Stephen Butcher, and Ayrton Filippi rounding out the back there. So Filippi off the back of the 25 car field for the Australian VW Performance Centre, or VW Performance Centre, on 9761-4540. Cars taking themselves to the grid.
They are taking themselves to the grid. For a few people that are avid viewers of Formula V, you'll notice there's a couple of different names that you're not used to seeing in the field this weekend, and that's because it is also the first of the national Formula V rounds. There's 4 or 5 rounds throughout the season. Winton is the first one on the tour for them. They've also got stops at Malala. They're actually going down to Baskerville, I believe, as well, a bit later on in the year. So very, very unusual for the challenge to go down south on the Apple Isle. But it's a
great
good
racetrack.
It's a great track.
Baskerville is a fantastic track. There's some wide open throttle sections there, some really complicated twisty sections which will suit the fast flowing nature of the Formula Vs. A little bit different here, sort of the 90-degree corners do sort of stop the flowing, but we'll see how brilliantly they do it through turns 1 and 2, and then down through 3 and 4 as well. Really beautiful machines to watch go through those few corners here at Winton as we are underway, and Reef McCarthy of the second row of the grid shows the nose immediately, as does Heath Collinson.
Well, we had a bit of maybe a sluggish start there, McCarthy as well. He was ahead of Collinson at the start, dropped back, and then sort of centred in there to turn 1.
It's almost like the grab to second gear didn't quite go right for him as we see the field mid-pack fan out. That's a big run there.
Good Brandon Taylor right round the outside, almost fully round the outside of Adam Nicholson in the stinger there. Someone's dropped a couple of wheels off the backside of turn 4 ahead of them. But Brandon Taylor, having come over from Western Australia, it's been 7 years since we've seen him in Formula V, and out of the Beecham stable, he's actually got Davin Field's old Spectre 01 in there as well. So it's the same car that won Isle of Magic a couple of years ago, just with a different paint job. And we've got somebody off. That's Damien Spinello in the 49.
You don't want to go up this early in competition. The Acura Motorsport, Damien Spinello, Sabre 1, going off there as we see some really hot competition this weekend in Formula Vs. I'm pretty sure at this round last year we had the national round visit.
We did.
The state championship, like we had at Sandown with Formula V, was combined state And National Round, that's not good.
Casamati off, somehow manages to get back on. He was side by side there with Lee Partridge, just had a fairly handy start. Here comes the man you talked about, car 25, Nick Kerr. Tries to thread the needle, 3 into 1, does not go.
Or does it?
Or does it? And he's bringing Isaac Woodhouse with him for the ride as well. That's very opportunistic by the youngster and the rookie this year going into the final corner. Great opportunistic pass.
I think Lee Partridge just got the short back and sides there and went back a couple of spots as well as a result of that. Or is that Lee?
No, Lee's a bit further up the field. Actually, he's a bit further up the field, I think, as Casamati's having an awful time.
Not ideal at all. And has that broken something on the left rear?
Maybe I thought it might have been the left front, actually. No, you're right, actually. It's the left rear. That's a suspension failure. This is probably going to constitute a safety car. They're not going to be able to recover that car from that part of the track. Looks like it. It's bent.
Car. Gone early, calling that safety car because hopefully he can get it into that. Oh no, there's Lee Partridge.
Partridge as well, and McCarthy off as well. What's going on here?
Partridge has gone off down on driver's left, out of turn 2. A lot of debris left on the track there from that car, which has stopped now on exit of 3.
Yeah, he's. You can see the car there is actually nose into the fence on the exit. Actually on the approach to turn 2. That's a bit.
A beautiful looking car too of Lee Partridge. He's bought that car about this time last year. He's rebirthed it, looking magnificent. And there we see the stricken car as well, looking under the back. Yep, it's all collapsed under there, confirming.
Now that looks like it might be a very similar failure to what Reith McCarthy had in practice yesterday on the suspension upright. One of the bolts that holds in the suspension arms snapped through a fatigue fracture just by pounding the curbs a little bit too much. So I'm wondering those couple of trips across the gravel and maybe just getting it all wrong at turn 1 and 2 for Casamati may have done a similar amount of damage.
Lee Partridge there just got his helmet off now. He's going to go and help the recovery crew. They want to try and tuck it away as quick as they can.
They've actually got the car into neutral here so they can roll it, which it looks like it is. And they're trying to sort of get it. Looks like it's stuck in a rut there in the grass. And just got to get it up and out of the grass and just onto the tarmac, and then it'll probably roll a bit more freely.
Good look at his car there as well. Molecule coming on board, and great cleaning products for all race drivers. In fact, that's why Lee always smells so nice. He gives his driving suit and his helmet a good coating of the molecule treatment, and always looks smart when he gets out of the car because he's always smelling very, very nice. And at the moment, he's certainly not enjoying looking smart and smelling nice. He'd rather be out there in the car. So he, a good advocate for the molecule products, does a lot of promotion for them as well. Obviously, he works during the week down at MPC and does a terrific job. Okay, safety car out. The Australian VW Performance Centre. You can contact them on 97614540, sponsoring this round for the Formula Vs, being the national competition. And at the moment, John Casamati sitting belly down on the exit of turn number 3. And interestingly enough, we didn't see any coming together with either the Lee Partridge or the Casamati car. But Casamati went off the track quite violently, and when he started to try and join on down at turn 1 there, where there is a whole lot of sand covering the inside of the corner there. So when they go racing again, there's going to be pretty slippery as they come around there. We've got the forklift tractor coming around to try and lift this car off the ground so they can clear it from the track as well. So there's plenty of resources being thrown at this so that we can get this race back underway quickly.
Looks like it's going to lift it straight onto the flat toe here. So the flat toe truck's pulled up. You'll see the forklift will start to emerge from the right-hand side of your screen just behind the Ford Ranger recovery truck. There it is, and they're just going to pick it straight up by the roll hoop.
I tell you what, that's the last thing you want to see is the vulture coming along to pick your car up with 2 big forks out the front like that.
Like picking the bones of the carcass.
They go straight off the rollover hoop, hook it onto the chain there, and it goes up. And hopefully the tractor lifts it high enough to go straight onto the truck. And the driver gets out of the way, being consoled there by the recovery crew. It's often a tough gig with the recovery crews. They've got a driver that's very upset that he's damaged his car and he's trying for a championship. But Casamati sitting there just shaking his head, wondering what could have been. It was clearly driver error. And then you see it swinging around like that as well.
It's almost like they're trying to protect him in the Formula One style. They don't like people looking under the car to see what's going on. But
yeah, by Formula One time now, it's well and truly covered over.
It's well and truly covered over by now.
Yeah.
It's sad for Casamati too, because they thought they'd found something through practice yesterday just to get the handling of the car. From Sandown to Winton, they had a bit of a drama with they were always fighting the car. They felt like they'd settled the rear end down. So that was a bit sad to see. You're getting a replay here, so this is what happened. No, there was no contact there. There was no quarter given between Casamati and Nick Kerr. And I think it's just as he's been bouncing across that uneven part of the track, that's what's unfortunately caused the damage to
I'd
car 9.
suggest it's broken the lower suspension mounts on the left-hand side rear. And basically, in a Formula B, that's where everything's assembled. It's all behind the driver, the flat 4-cylinder and the gearbox off the back of that, as it is in the road car in the Beetles back in the day, and that's created some damage there. It's a real shame to see that. I wonder if we've got any footage of the Partridge incident going off at turn 2 there as well. We'll stay tuned for that. If we can get that vision, we will. So the word is that we don't have any footage of that, unfortunately, but that was Lee Partridge was sort of heading in the same direction at the same time. He was just up the road a little bit from that battle, and that's where we saw Lee go in. So we'll see Lee. He'll be back tomorrow for more racing in his Formula B, and he'll, of course, as I said, will be smelling lovely with all his molecule products looking after him at 11:25. Casamati, they've got a little bit more work to do there as well, being that car's bellied out on the ground. Let's have a look at a little bit of a look as we've got 6 laps remaining at the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think we'll probably go back to green flag running this time around. There's the safety car bringing the field around the top end of the circuit at turn 9. So Daniel Reynolds in the orange machine out there in front, car 78 from Michael Kinsella, 2 of the national competitors leading this field. Heath Collinson's gone through to 3rd place ahead of Reef McCarthy. He had that little off-track excursion. Looks like it was down at turn 6 just before the safety car came out. So he'll be 4th in the queue. Hayden Crossland, Ash Clifford, Andre Curran. Adam Nicholson's moved up a couple spots. Nick Kerr's made his way inside the top 10, as has Isaac Woodhouse.
Brilliant recovery by the crews here locally at Winton, doing a tremendous effort to recover these cars out of the way. And we get back underway with racing momentarily. Number 78 leading the way, doing a tremendous job as well at the moment. Had a little breakaway for these front 2 cars with Reynolds and Michael Kinsella. Heath Collinson and Reef McCarthy not quite getting the start they'd like. And away we go. Accelerator down, driving away from a great restart there by our leader in this race in Daniel Reynolds. Kinsella goes with him. Collinson, Reef McCarthy, Crossland and Clifford. Clifford doing well in this race.
Ash Clifford doing a sensational job in this race, just doing a very, very sensible job, just trying to hang on to the back of the 5th place man there in Hayden Crossland. There's a bit of a gap then all the way back to Adam Nicholson in the Stinger, who has gone through on Andre Curran. I'm not sure that's in car 32 there. He is a bit slow coming through the first couple of corners. Here's Nick Kerr with Isaac Woodhouse. They've now rounded up Andre Curran, so they've all gained a couple of extra spots heading up to turn 5.
Nicholas Kerr down there in 9th place at the moment. I did mention started out of 12th, so he's made up 3 spots in the journey so far.
Oh, big send from Isaac Woodhouse down at turn 7. Very, very neatly done.
Takes Kerr as well, so puts him back to 10th place, and it's Taylor and Power. Rob Vile actually up into 14th there as well. Rob's starting out of 21, so he's another big mover. 7 spots up the road from where he started, so big shout out to Rob. Doing a tremendous job at the wheel. And we've got 5 laps remaining in this 9 lapper, 2 of them of which were under safety car. Unfortunately for Lee Partridge and Casamati, they'll take no further part in this race. Ed Filippi's made a move, started off 3 of the grid, now up 1 spot there as well. So Butcher just rounding out the back of the field. Stephen Butcher in the number 13.
He's actually in a 1200 class car as well. Stephen Butcher is the only one that's here for the National Series this weekend. They do, same sort of thing happens in Formula V in Victoria. They do run both classes, the 1200 and the 1600. Most of the time the 1200s that pop out usually show their hand at Phillip Island and we only get about a half a dozen or so of them. They usually come out in the lead up to some of the historic events that take place down at Phillip Island and at Sandown.
This is a big pack starting to line up here. In the middle of it is the number 7 of Rob Vile, 49, weighing in on it as well of Spinello.
Yep, Spinello, who had
a gig as well, just up the back.
Spinello had that trip across the gravel in the infield at the beginning of the race, is starting to recover quite well, actually. Picks up Rob Vile before turn 6. Claudia Lennox right around the outside of one of the other cars that was just back there. Just missed out on seeing who that was, all but temporarily. It was actually Brian Buttigieg in the 85, who she went right around the outside of at turn number 5.
Lennox and Egan Munro next behind this pack as well. Team cars, Makura start to line up there as well. And they come onto the straight, trying to carry, flowing the car as best they can. It's Vile.
It's Darren Power in the 44 just ahead of them as well, and covers that line off. That car actually is for sale, car 44 as well. He's actually bought Russell Saunders' old car, Russell having to move for work reasons. So the car that's just ahead of these two team cars on track, if you're looking to get into a very, very nice form of motorsport, car 44, there it is at the front. Come down and have a chat to that man in the paddock or throughout the week. I'm sure it'll be probably going up on my 105 very, very shortly.
Oh, the 49, look at the smoke pluming out of just underneath the engine cowling there. Another one slowing right down. So just looking at the 49 with that smoke pouring out, gets a place even with the smoke pouring out there. So that's got to be some sort of maybe rocker cover leak or something like that, where there's a bit of oil just under full load, pressurising the crankcase and just escaping a little bit there, but there's no further smoke.
No, plenty of those cars have had those sorts of dramas. A little bit of oil maybe drops onto the header pipes. Oh, Reynolds has been off the road. That's down at turn 6. The race leader has dropped off the road through what appears to be a mistake. Behind McCarthy now. He's now behind Hayden Crossland, so he's dropped all the way down to 5th. Bit of an unusual mistake for one of the seasoned campaigners in the National Series. So that hands the race lead over to Michael Kinsella for the moment, who's running in Wade McLean's car this weekend. His own car's going through a bit of a rebuild process, but he'll hopefully have that down here for the Formula V National Challenge in October 16 and 17, ladies and gentlemen, right here at Winton Motor Raceway. It'll be the third time in as many years that the Formula V Association of Victoria has tried to get that event off the ground. The last couple of years have been scuppered by the unfortunate COVID pandemic, but looking the goods for third time lucky this year.
Heath Collinson, number 2 on the road now, has taken that spot away as Reynolds has gone back to P5 and looks like it could fall to Ash Clifford next as well. There's correct. The 61 of Reef McCarthy. And boy, doesn't his weekends change from week to week. One of these tightly confined, short, sharp Formula V, and then off he goes to a big roly-poly supercar. Yeah,
well, he's actually not doing a huge amount of the supercar work this year. They're looking to try and possibly do the Bathurst support round for the Bathurst 1000 a bit later on in the year, as Crossland just sort of sidestepped the argument as Reynolds, the much faster car, came past well before the top section of the circuit, and he's only got a lap and a little bit to latch onto the back of Reef McCarthy and try and make a pass. Talking about Reef McCarthy and some of the changes he had to go through, one of the changes that's not really accustomed to him is not having the number 1 on the door. He's normally number 1 in the Vic State Series, being the defending champion, but when the national competitors come to visit, that honour goes to the national number 1.
Which is not represented here this weekend.
Unfortunately not. It's not represented. I believe it's actually Danny Casely from Western Australia is the man who's carrying number 1, but the Nationals number sequencing does unfortunately have priority over the Victorian number sequencing.
As it should do too. The national level is a bigger playing field where you bring in competitors from all over. Not saying that competitors can't come from all over to run in the fantastic Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and hasn't it taken a big step up over the last couple of years with the coverage by Blendline TV being streamed out there on, I think, pretty much all the categories' Facebook pages that have taken it up as well.
McCarthy's overdriving here. He's missed a couple of apexes on this last tour. Reynolds sides through between turns 3 and 4. Missed the apex at 1, got a little bit too greedy at turn 3 and just ran a little bit wide.
And this is what can happen when you start to lose a little bit of concentration and start to rag these cars. You've really got to think 2 and 3 and 4 corners ahead. Sometimes, in particular at Phillip Island, you've got to think 10 laps ahead where you want to be in the line coming onto the straight to the checkered flag.
Well, we've seen that over very, very many years, that you don't want to be the sitting duck at the head of the queue at a place like Phillip Island, especially, and same sort of thing in the last closing laps at Sandown. You don't want to be that first man up the back straight for the final time. You'll just get out-dragged to the next corner.
Very similar in the New South Wales Championships at Sydney Motorsport Park as well. Big, long downhill run. You want to be sitting back there in 3rd or 4th or sometimes even 5th or 6th as well.
The Show Systems Australia car in the hands of Michael Kinsella's got 2 corners to go. And this will be a great little victory for the Checkmate, one of the very, very many makes of Formula V in the country, and cruises home after the safety car intervention for a race win. Great job for Michael Kinsella. Good result for Heath Collinson as well, second on the road for him. And a great recovery from Daniel Reynolds after that off-track excursion a couple of laps ago, gets back to 3rd place with a little bit of assistance from Hayden Crossland stepping aside, and McCarthy with a few driving errors late in the piece there. And Ash Clifford home for 6th place. Adam Nicholson looks like he's home for 7th, and then Isaac Woodhouse. Brandon Taylor on his return is going to get home for 9th. Nick Kerr for 10th. And this battle that we're looking at here is Rob Vile, and he's down in 14th. So again, good drive from Rob Vile. Picked up 7 spots on the road. Behind Darren Power, heading home one of the Acura cars there. That's Sumuk Rudrapatna in car 60. Claudia Lennox and Brian Buttigieg on screen there as well. These guys were all locked together pretty much for most of the second half of the race from the safety car resumption, and kept it clean and brought home straight cars, which is the important thing in a one-make series like this, or a sort of a control series like this. There's a lot of parts that can be changed out fairly quickly, but you don't want the really big, heavy rebuilds overnight for these type of open wheelers.
The Australian VW Performance Centre, 976145540. Kinsella takes the win in the number 35 over Heath Collinson. Daniel Reynolds drives it nicely, does have a time penalty. Then it's Reith McCarthy, Crossland, Ash Clifford, Nicholson, Woodhouse, Taylor, Nick Kerr just lands inside the 10, and that rounds out our top 10 to Spinello, Power, Vile, the number 60 there as well. Lennox to Buttigieg, Munro, and we continue on with Egan, Walsh, Tracy Ridge, Ed and Filippi getting through there as well on our last finish at Curran, with Butcher as well, Lee Partridge and John Casamati not taking any further part after lap number 1. Let's hope that Lee Partridge and Casamati can get their cars back together for racing tomorrow. We'll be back very soon. 2 more races to go today here trackside at Winton. Thanks for joining us on the live streaming of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships as well. We're going to be doing it all day tomorrow. But up next is the Sports Sedans. Back in a moment.
Victorian Sports Sedans Championship, supported by QP Lubes at the historic Sandown International Raceway. This man, Tony Groves, number 80, sustaining a bit of damage on the bonnet of his Mornington Mazda marked cars. He would go on to have an outstanding, successful weekend on his racing return. This an enthusiast, Fran McClurkin, meanwhile, had a troubled opening race of the weekend in the number 56, Nissan 350Z. Disco Stewie Eustace in the number 90 morning in the Mazda. up the inside of the number 39 car of Mark Kaufora going into turn 1. The number 21 Mazda RX-7 of Graham Gilliland, a very popular return to the sports sedan scene at Sandown as well. Francois Habib certainly has his hands full trying to tame the V8 supercar sitting underneath him, while Kevin Stoopman, a bit of variety in the Mitsubishi Evo, having a great look up the inside of Gilliland as well. Sports Sedan's veteran Chaz Talbot there, great move up the inside in the Camaro before coming unstuck once again. This time not so lucky to get away with it at turn 1. Get back out there, Chaz. John Ippolito was having an outstanding weekend in his car, but it was Tony Groves who took out the round and with it the championship lead.
Sports Sedans are already on track. They're ready to go, as they always are. The big bangers of Australian motorsport had a fantastic opening round at Sandown, and we thank Callum for all of his reports back from the first round at Sandown. And, well, he's come straight from the studio right alongside me here to call this race. As cars are out on track, Tony Groves had set the pole time of a 1:23.53 to Dean Cam at a 1:26.1. So head and shoulders above Dean Cam in qualifying was Tony Grove. Francois Habib then in position number 4 is John. How are we saying his?
John Ippolito.
John Ippolito. I've had it wrong for 2 years now, so I've been corrected. Sorry about that, John. Greg Lynch in position number 5. Then we've got the car of Damien Gambold, the number 37 out of 6. Ben McLeod in 7th there. Then Graham Gilliland returning after a blown engine just a couple of weeks ago. They've got that back together. Great to have Graham back at the track. Cameron McKee, Chaz Talbot down there in 10th place in that menacing blue and yellow Camaro, with David Shaw and Craig Milvain in the number 55, rounding out the back of the field for the sports sedans here for their first race for the day. Callum, I guess one thing that we're really going to have to keep an eye on is that nearly 3-second gap that Tony Groves had over Dean Cam in qualifying.
Yeah, he's been spending a lot of time and effort, and as well as his team, in developing that Mark Cars built Mazda 3, supported by Valvoline and Mornington Mazda. And as you can see, he is the championship leader coming into this round. And I was having a quick look at it. As you can see, 96 points to Tony Groves' name, alongside John Ippolito. Had a great weekend to finish P2. Just a couple of points a draft, but I was having a good look at that Mazda 3 between races, and you can see a couple of Venturi tunnels in the way of some extra aerodynamics, along with a updated massive rear wing, and they've done a great job to fix some of the physical damage that car unfortunately took in round 1 at Sandown. And we saw last year that he was very much on the pace here at Winton. The tight, technical, twisting nature of this 3-kilometre, 12-turn circuit definitely suiting the Tony Groves Mazda. But all eyes will be on Dean Cam as well, the number 66 Camaro. They're underway. Tony Groves getting the initial jump as they come hurtling towards turn 1. Graham Gilliland also doing a great job in the orange Mazda RX-7. That's had quite a significant engine rebuild between Sandown and Winton. So it's good to see the number 21 back out and operating. He's got Chaz Talbot around the outside, but I think I've spoken too soon, Darren.
Graham Gilliland slowing coming through turn 1 there in the RX-7 is not what we wanted to see. There's Chaz Talbot in the number 12 Camaro. He would want to be pushing right up towards the front. But I tell you what, it is off the line there. The first time ever I've seen anyone beat Dean Cam's Corvette off the line, and that's Tony Groves. The Mornington Mazda Valvoline Oil sponsored outfit. He has just jumped away with it, goes down to the Gumtree for the first time, and he's got himself a good 200-metre lead over Dean Cam. Francois Habib is the next one on the road, then Greg Lynch, David Gambold in there as well, so just keeping close eye on what Dean Cam has got and whether he can answer it. An XD Falcon in there as well. This is a drag race. Two suitably matched vehicles there, and look at the rubber on the back of that red Falcon. It has absolutely got a ton of grip once you get all of that power down. That's Damien Gambold in the number 37. There it is. What an absolute monster.
looks a little bit reminiscent to a touring car Masters car, if I'm not mistaken. Darren, is very reminiscent between the Marcus Buchanan car.
Yeah, it does look very much like the Stephen Richardson, the action motorsport car of Marcus Buchanan. Big shout out to Marcus. He'll be watching the proceedings of the Sports Sedans. And here comes the 72 car. Looks magic. Ben McLeod doing a great job there. Nicely presented car, very clean and in its bright red. And then got the 44 of Cam behind there as well. Cam McKeon, the truck right Osfleet Falcon. Just getting a little bit squirrely out of turn 3 that time around. This car just looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Oh, it's fantastic. I love that he's opted not to throw a wing onto the back of the VZ Commodore. It's rocking a full VZ spec V8 supercar front air dam, but there's nothing on the back of it. It's looking very svelte.
Just got like a GTS or a club sport type of production.
Just a little
wing on the back of it, little
lip. Drag, that'll do.
Probably take it off. You won't have the drag of it, like an SV6 almost standard type of operation. But looking the goods. Couple of Falcons and a Commodore battling it out in the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. Commodore goes wide, looks to try and take advantage of the run down the straight, but the XD shuts the door. It's just the tail end of Dean Cam's Corvette there. Multiple Victorian champion. Has taken wins on the national stage back in the Kerrick Sports Sedan era. Sorry, not wins, podiums. And always a very fast Corvette. Kind of a world-renowned car. Very famous AC Delco car. This one of Dean Cam. And he drives it very well. Has always driven it very well. And have a look at Francois Habib. He's parked the ex-Bob Gill championship winning car for the time being. And has jumped back on board the ex-supercar. Being presented by the team at Ravage Raceworks. Dean Lilly and the crew. And at the moment, you'd have to say Dean Cam has no answer for a 124.76 that Groves just tapped out on lap number 2. So that's a ripping time for that car. Not quite down to the pace that he had in qualifying, but still faster than what Dean Cam had in qualifying. I'm a bit perplexed as to what's going on with Dean at the moment. This is very interesting. I would suggest there's something not quite right about that car for him to not be able to answer Tony Groves. Having said that, Tony Groves is working on every single aspect of his racing, just about 24/7 at the moment. He's training. He's got the crew, Liam Dunn and the crew down there at Mildun Racing, who have done TCR racing. They've done S5000 racing. They've got them working very hard and focusing on his Victorian Sports Sedan title hunt. As we're still watching Francois Habib, he starts to range up on the back of the 66 of Dean Cam. Graham Gilliland up and running again as well in the RX-7. Magnificent looking car in the bright orange livery. Has a real scream to it with its 13B rotary. And he is actually going to be getting closed up on now by Tony Groves, who's leading this race and doing a stellar job. 14.5 second lead in 3 laps.
Yeah, look, that's nothing to sneeze at, that's for sure. I'm very happy that Graham Gilliland is back up to speed in that Mazda RX-7, and both Anne and Graham Gilliland, it's fantastic to see both of them back in competition in sports sedans, especially in Victoria. And they've got Brett Dickey down in their garage helping out this weekend. Spinning Spanners offering advice, some driver coaching at times. Brett Dickey, of course, in 2 days' time will be off to Sydney Motorsport Park to take part in the World Time Attack event up there. And he's also had some recent trips over to the United States. He spent 4 months there last year as he pursues some racing activities outside of Australia. So the Gillilands will both be ecstatic to have Brett down there. He's a very polite man helping out. And motorsport is just better with both Anne and Graham Gilliland featuring. It's so good to see them back featuring in the garage. And of course, round 4 of the VSRS, the Vic State Race Series at Sandown International Raceway, once again in the middle of winter, is always a popular event that is taking place on the 12th and the 14th of August, again at Sandown coming up later this year. It's known as the Hot Dog Round, based on the fact that the Australian Sports Sedans Association put on hot dogs and hot soup for the volunteering officials.
It's always a good round there at Sandown. Dean Cab now, this car's starting to look like it means to race again. I wonder if he's got issues on cold tyres at the moment with the Corvette, because Francois Habib is able to turn up the pressure a little bit, but it's around this part of the track now that Dean's able to just stretch away a little bit. Certainly not being able to abate the lead that Tony Groves is taking out with the Mornington Mazda outfit. Great place to buy your Mazda and go down there and see Tony and his team. Probably won't see Tony. He's probably busy off training to go racing. Go and see his team and tell them you saw Tony racing his famous number 80 Mazda 3 here at Winton Motor Raceway or Sandown or wherever you may have seen it, and get yourself a brand new shiny Mazda. Got my eye on a CX-9 myself, actually, so we'll be talking about that in the not too distant future.
Up the inside, that is McLeod.
The other thing that's the dead giveaway about the Gambold car is the Planter and Dixon sticker across the front windscreen, which is the title sponsor for Touring Car Masters. Just being held out wide now. And the 37 just succumbing to McLeod, going on through in the 72. But not giving up, that's for sure. And if they're like any Touring Car Masters racer, the race is not over until you're on fire or you're across the line at the checkered flag.
That's a great battle for position 5. The 72 losing a little bit in the straight line there. I'm also not too sure where the red P plate ends and where the rest of the car starts, but it's absolutely beautiful, beautifully presented, and he's also rocking the open face helmet, which is always a tick in my book for any racing car driver. Certainly a very handy car in a straight line, but he's definitely got Gambold covered through the twisty parts of this tight and technical circuit. Gambold running just a little bit wide going into turn 1, but he might have his focus set on the 2 races coming up tomorrow.
Certainly a tough ask to keep up to a sports sedan running a full slick tyre, if that is indeed a TCM car. It's got the gripped Hoosier or the all-weather Hoosier tyre, which is fantastic when everyone else is on those tyres, but when others are running a full slick tyre. Dean Cam cannot get away from Francois Habib in the number 23. He's got absolutely Buckley's chance of shaking him in this race. He's been with him and he's going to stay with him. The Cam car sounds fine, seems to look fine, but I tell you what, Tony Groves for Valvoline and Mornington Mazda, as he streams past our vantage point, that car just sounds sweet as. The Coyote Ford V8 just absolutely screaming, and he is driving it ever so well.
Some lap traffic there. It's number 55 car of Milvain falling behind Francois Habib. As you touched on earlier, Darren, he's stepped out of the former Bob Gill Falcon. He gave that a bit of a go last year, and he probably wasn't enjoying the results he was hoping for, so he stepped back into the number 23 Dodo Supercars Commodore. And he's definitely keeping Dean Cam honest. And these cars, wildly different technically. They couldn't be any more apart when you look at them in the paddock, and especially when you take the clothes of these full spec sports sedans with the space frames and the aerodynamics and the wide tyres. Space being the ample word, because there's not much to them. There's a lot of air between the panels and the chassis lying underneath the car as well. For all intents and purposes, you can basically call it an open wheel racing car with some bodywork on it.
It certainly is, or a sports car type of thing. Whereas the Tasman Motorsport built car of Francois Habib, the number 23, they're a 4-pan Project Blueprint car, as opposed to the full space frame supercars that we now know, and the next version as well coming with the Mustang and Camaro. So the Trans Am style car of Dean Cam Sports Sedan, full space frame, clip-on panels, whereas Francois Habib car is more touring car like, with bolt-on panels and a floor pan, all of the original sort of bits of the floor of the car intact, with the roll cage and suspension mounts all off that floor pan. But you can see how it rides so nicely over the bumpier bits here at Winton, and Winton isn't particularly a bumpy track. It never has been. If it does, they give it a bit of a resurface and make it nice and smooth again. But certainly a 30-second lead now to Tony Groves with 2 laps remaining in a 9-lap race is almost unheard of in the QP Lube Victorian State Sedan Series. Just watching now Graham Gilliland down there in 11th place, just trying to get a bit of a feel as to where he's at. He's not being able to punch out anything more than about a 1:38, and he's trying now to catch on to the back of Milvain and to try and drag a spot back, because our race leader has lapped the field right up to Cam McKee in the red AU Falcon Sports Sedan. and he is in a very happy place at the moment. Chaz Talbot is just hanging on to the main lap. Cam McKee is the next one on the road, but there's our race leader. That's Cam McKee in front, and the number 44, so the 80 Valvoline European Auto Mornington Mazda 3. Very nicely done by Cam McKee. Just opened up the corner, allowed the race leader to come on through, identified it nice and early. Don't want to get tangled up with a faster car coming through. Huge rear wing on this marked car, and you'll have known these cars throughout the years at the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour in the invited class, and I believe they've been invited back again this year and opened up to some Super 3 cars as well to get that grid bolstered up to a full field. But Tony Groves doing a brilliant job in this car over the last 2 seasons, and he just trucks on in the QP Leeds Victorian Sports Sedan Championship.
And as you touched on, Darren, this car's built for endurance racing. It's not built for short sprints like this. So for the pace that he's extracting from the Valvoline number 80 Mazda 3, supported by Mornington Mazda as well, he's doing a superb job, and he's definitely looking extremely fit in the paddock when he's walking past. He's taking his racing very seriously and stepping it up a notch as he comes to take the checkered flag. That's race 1 of the Victorian Sports Sedans Championship, supported by QP Lubes, going to Tony Groves.
Fastest lap, a 124.36, and let me tell you, that is 3.5 seconds faster than the next fastest car on track, and that's Dean Cam in that Corvette just off the right-hand side of our screens now. So his best is a 127.99, so some work to do for the fencer, the land developer, property developer, Dean Cam, before tomorrow. A lot of work to do to close that gap to the guy who's racing for the championship as Francois Habib comes to the line, and that sets our podium for race 1 for the weekend for the QP Lubes. We stick to what's important is their logo, and I guess that's what you want your oils to do, is to protect everything that's important. And it is Tony Groves that competes home. Dean Cam, who's a multiple Victorian champion, with Francois Habib up next, who's taken trophies before as well. And the 97 of Ippolito. John Ippolito. Sorry, John, I'll get that right. I apologise. Then we go to the 72 of McLeod, who hasn't crossed the line yet and does that job. Damien Gambold across the line next to the number 37 Falcon, as Graham Gilliland just trundles across the line there, and he continues issues with that car throughout that race. Looked like he got it up to pace, but ultimately it didn't bring it across the line under full noise. Chaz Talbot home in 7th place, Cam McKee in 8th, Shaw, Graham Gilliland in 10th, Milvane in 11th, and unfortunately Greg Lynch not taking any further part in that race. We'll take a quick break because we've got Saloon cars on track in just a moment.
Competition for season 2022. The Saloon Cars, the Victorian Championship. 18 cars showing up to the historic Sandown International Raceway. The number 24 of David Lyons was definitely exploring all corners of the circuit as he pressed on through the field. Coming together between Mark Sutherland and Andrew McSwain. McSwain unfortunately forced to recover in the red 34 Falcon. Cooper Cavalieri doing a great job defending from the recovering Falcon. Mark Sutherland stuck it up the inside of Engels Leoncini going into turn 1 in race 2. It was Scott Dornan who was on the charge in the number 23 Action Line Management Commodore. Leoncini in the number 3 vehicle back after several seasons on the sidelines whilst he undertook home renovations. Adam Lowndes had a good look up the inside of the club president, Daniel Johnson, but it was the 23 machine shooting through the air on the exit of turn 1, unfortunately sustaining damage, which was hampering his progress in the second race of the weekend. Third and final race, David Lyons, the engine letting go in spectacular fashion, spilling oil all over the back of his VT Commodore. And he was out for the weekend. But it was Sean Jamieson who was doing all of the winning. 3 races, 3 victories, and 10 points, leading the championship in round 2.
Cars on track now for our final race for the day here at round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And here is the Victorian Saloon Car Championship point score. Sean Jamieson came away with 3 from 3 at Sandown over Daniel Johnson, the first Ford home, and he drove brilliantly at Sandown to bring home 90 points. Mark Sutherland in the number 9 was next in his red Commodore. Andrews Leoncini in the Commodore as well. Then Simon Taberner in the number 14 was the next one home as well. No Simon Taberner here this weekend, so he was certainly trying to impress for this race and or this season, in fact. And it looks like race number 2 or round number 2, the expat Pom is not going to take any further part in the race, but Sean Jamieson will sit on pole position with Mark Sutherland right alongside Daniel Johnson. Then we've got Leoncini, Angels Leoncini in the number 3 VY Commodore. He's had a couple of years off doing work around the house and made his return at Sandown. Drove well, and it's always a immaculately presented car, family run outfit, and would often engineer the car for his son Jason as well. And they've done lots of racing together, currently sitting 4th in the standings. Then we go to Dornan, which is Scott Dornan in position number 5. Then we go to McSwain in 6, Harris in 7, Lyons in 8. Peter Tonks, Glenn Campbell, Capilleri, Jeffy Thomas, and in car number 84, rounding out our feed, is Brett Tate, and he's in the Falcon AU. So Jeff Thomas and Brett Tate in the AU Falcons off the back of the grid. Cars staging themselves for the race start. Just bouncing cars off the clutch, trying to get a little bit of induce a little bit of tyre temperature. Sean Jamieson and Mark Sutherland. This is going to be a fierce battle at the front of this field. This round, of course, is sponsored by the Sedan Hotel in South Australia, and you'll see the front 2 cars in the grid will be sporting those signs, as will be all the others with their windscreen banners. Some regulars unable to attend here this weekend. Good split between 7 Commodores and 6 Falcons. A great value for money category over many years now. You never really see a build over 30 grand. In fact, if you top 30 grand, you've probably overspent. And these cars always race well. Daniel Johnson not getting off the line and getting a bit of a clout on his way through there from, was that Dornan off there as well, so didn't get away nicely. The 16 did though, as did the number 9, as I thought. Sutherland and Jamieson get away very, very smartly indeed. Johnson, who came second in the round from Sandown, didn't get off the line there at all. Looked like he may have just lost a bit of concentration. So Daniel Johnson, the number 35 AU Falcon. Again, a family-run team with mates. And they like to get away, come up here to Winton and race for the weekend. And currently the president of the Victorian Saloon Car Association, doing a tremendous job, in fact, representing the category. As we get a good look at the number 23 there of Scott Dornan. There's Leoncini, Angels Leoncini there as well in the number 3. And Daniel Johnson just trying to gather it all back up after being left on the start there. The 45 of Harris in there as well. So pretty packed up field. As Harris just getting through the gearbox, and Johnson draws alongside Nash Harris, that is. And away they go. 3 abreast, 3 side by side at the moment, and it's Lyons who was in the action the whole time at Sandown in the number 24. Daniel Johnson looks to the inside there. He's going to get a couple of spots. Goes through on McSwain as well. dragging the Harris car with him. And we're just trying to catch what's happened there. Yeah, it is. It's Sean Jamieson has gone right back down through the field. They've all evaded him mid-pack there as well. So Jamieson has pretty much stopped. In fact, I don't think he's made it to the start-finish line. He's gone disappeared right back down through the field. There's McSwain and Nash Harris. They're currently sitting mid-pack in 6 and 7 with Daniel Lyons behind. We go to Tonks. Yeah, there he is. There's Sean Jamieson just coming down pit lane. Looks to still have drive on board, but obviously not enough to continue in this race. The 34 front and centre. The drive events car of Andrew McSwain. The Falcon, 4 litre, inline 6. Pretty much standard fare for the Falcons. And when I say standard fare, I mean they're pretty standard engines. Not a whole lot that you can do with these at the moment. Mark Sutherland is doing a tremendous job in this race. Sean Jamieson, the 15 VY Commodore, has gone to the pit lane. And now we see the VT Commodore of Mark Sutherland. And disappeared for a while and has been back racing for about the last 4 years as well. So great to have the number 9 back at the track on a regular basis. Nash Harris now coming on to the pit straight. Trying to chase down top 5 finish. McSwain up the road from him. Daniel Johnson in the number 35 in 4th. One of the great saloon car drives, in fact, last round at Sandown for Daniel. Really did a very intelligent drive, stayed out of trouble. Not that there's a lot of trouble to be had in saloon cars. Great racing is probably what you've got. Jeff Thomas, look at that, in the number 22, just ranging big in the back of the picture there behind that magnificent looking Alpine sponsored car there, the number 25, doing a wonderful job of Capillari, number 25 Commodore. And there's Jeff Thomas lurking in the background, the 57 in there of Glenn Campbell. And that's good Aussie motorsport fare there, a Falcon versus a Commodore. For many years was very, very popular and continues to be so in saloon car ranks. Very close together. The Falcon just almost letting go under full load there. And the Commodore tries to flow it onto the straight, but just cranked it a bit sideways. That's not going to work. The RJ Batteries, number 3 of Angels Lancini now has got the 35 of Daniel Johnson, Team Johnson Racing, right in the rear vision mirrors. And if Daniel's got any of the pace that he had at Sandown on board here this weekend, had great pace at Sandown and always a very sensible driver. If it looks like mayhem's ensuing in front, he'll just take evasive action and battle on for another day. A very strong racer. He might be safe, but he certainly doesn't give any quarters. The number 35 Cave Hill Engines outfit. That's obviously why he's got some good pace. Got the Cave Hill engine under the bonnet there. Looking after that 4 litre inline 6-cylinder for Daniel very, very well. 6 laps remaining. Our race leader is Mark Sutherland, and he's got a handy lead for saloon cars. Let me tell you, 5.14. It's hardly ever you get more than 1.2 second gap between 1 and 2 in saloon cars, but his main protagonist, Sean Jamieson, has gone to the pit lane. It looks as though the number 24 has bowed out as well, of David Lyons. David Lyons was rapid at Sandown and was a really good entertainment factor. Lots of passing, lots of moving around of the car. Doing a ripping job. Angels Lancini now. Have a look at Johnson. He's showing the left-hand side mirror. He's showing the right-hand side mirror. And if Angels Lancini's going to make a mistake, the Falcon's going to be there. Powering down with the Commodore. The RJ Batteries entry now. Does a good job. Johnson looks to throw a bit of a Hail Mary. He doesn't. He holds off. But you get the feeling that Johnson's going to have another look there. He does. Lancini wisely opens up the corner. Otherwise, that would have been a horrible coming together. And Johnson just kept applying the pressure, saw the gap. Drove very, very nicely indeed. Gave Leoncini room to move, and Leoncini is obliged to leave that lane open so that the fellow competitor can actually get through the corner. And a ripping job done there. Great battle between Angels Leoncini and Daniel Johnson. We'll come back to that. As we've got Capilleri and Glenn Campbell. Capilleri in the trailing Alpine car number 25. And Campbell in the 57 Falcon. Car's looking tremendous in the Sedan Hotel sponsored race here. It's Mark Sutherland with a 5.2 second lead over Scott Dornan. Daniel Johnson's next to Angels Leoncini. Then it's McSwain, Nash Harris, Tonks, Glenn Campbell, Capilleri, Jeff Thomas. And then the number 84 rounds out our 11 car field. And that is Brett Tate with David Lyons and Sean Jamieson. Retired from this race, gone back to pit lane. In fact, Sean Jamieson, I believe, has gone back to the garage. He might have, well, he's obviously got a big idea of what's wrong with the car. Let's hope it's nothing too much and they don't have to spend all night pulling diffs out and gearboxes and things like that, which is generally what happens when you retire in a race that early and you trundle back into the pits. It's something that you didn't want to have go wrong. So we've got 5 laps remaining in the Sedan Hotel. Mark Sutherland leading the way in the Sedan Hotel sponsored car. Sean Jamieson also with the Sedan Hotel in South Australia. So if you're ever in SA, look up the Sedan Hotel and go and enjoy a nice cold bevy. Have yourself a meal at the bar and let them all know you saw the saloon cars racing at Sandown at round 1 and then at round 2 here at Winton Motor Raceway. Nash Harris now trying ever so hard to get on the back of McSwain. It's not flowing the car as well. We just see him there just starting to slide through the corner. That will be costing time for Nash Harris. Andrew McSwain in the drive events, number 34, just showing a clean set of heels. Not moving the car around anywhere near as much as car in front at the moment. So Andrew McSwain doing a nice job. Number 23 just getting out of the way there. So fastest lap of the race, Daniel Johnson got a little bit of a tag early on in the race. And Daniel Johnson now in P3 at 138.53, 138.6 done by car 9, which is Mark Sutherland leading this race. And Daniel Johnson currently sitting there very nicely in P3. Angels Leoncini next. McSwain looks down the inside of Harris to fight back. Will they do the old switchback coming onto the straight? Got a couple of laps left remaining to these two Falcons to battle it out. Have a look at Nash Harris in the 45. Holds the tighter line. Won't flow it as nicely onto the straight, but will certainly be in a position to fight through turns 1 and 2. They draw alongside. Go line astern with each other. Does Harris have the better drive coming out? No, a bit of understeer for the Falcon. Showed the steering wheel just a little bit too much, locked too early in that corner and washed off some speed with that understeer. Imagine being one of these Bridgestones on these big, heavy Aussie cars. They would work very, very hard. There's the number 25 in the pit lane. Didn't make it all the way in. That's Capilleri. And the 23, I think it was that 23 of Dornan? Also gone to the pits. We saw going slow a lap ago with these two. These two are having a ripping time. The 34 and the 45. Nash Harris just trying to stay with Andrew McSwain at the moment. The 34 lurching their way around through Gumtree. Harris looks up the inside and makes it stick. What a beautiful flowing run coming onto the old back straight. They're going to go side by side, and that puts him wide into this corner. Go side by side again. Oh, the tyre's giving up. He's asked them the question pretty hard over the last couple of laps as Nash Harris. Good drive. Good drive out of that last corner. So maybe getting a little wobble, little hippie shake has paid off. That's 45, just gets through this time. McSwain says, no way, mate. I'm coming straight back at you in my drive events, Falcon. And looking forward to do so as our race leader heads off on the final lap. Sorry, penultimate lap of this race. And there's McSwain and Nash. These two fighting it out for 4th and 5th in this race. And you get the feeling that Harris has gone through now, established under brakes a nice little gap. And I do like the fact that the number 34 drive events car has got McLovin written across the back of it. Not sure what reference that is, but often that's a race team with an in-joke. Here comes Mark Sutherland in the number 9, leading this race in the Sedan Hotel entry. Car looks absolutely mint. McGowan's Race Garage on the back panel of this car. Looks to have the game on a string at the moment in the iDig entry. GMG Garage, which is Gavin Ross's business in Box Hill. And he comes charging onto the pit straight. Got a very healthy, nearly 8-second lead in this one. So there is just a little bit of conjecture around the number 9. And, well, at the moment he's got a 7.9 second lead. So if it's a post-race 5-second penalty, he'll only drop back to first. So we'll hold on to the race win. And the number 9 doing a very, very good job. Being very fast here, and you get the feeling that Sean Jamieson did get away in the Sedan Hotel entry. And the number 9 Penrite entry as well. As I said, support from Gavin Ross there, the GMG Automotive Workshops in Lexington Road in Box Hill in Melbourne. Here's car 2 on the road. The number 35 of Daniel Johnson. Again, a stellar drive by Daniel. Really great result. Putting a lot of effort into the preparation, or the continued preparation of that Falcon. And driven very, very well by Daniel Johnson. Should be very happy with himself here this weekend. As I said, a family-run team, a couple of mates supporting on the track on weekends. And does very, very well. And coming into this weekend, sitting second in the title hunt, as we see Mark Sutherland in the number 9, leading the field. A very healthy 8-second lead to the number 9 as he comes to the line. Checkered flag prepared for the Sedan Hotel. And he's got his right-hand indicator on just to celebrate as he comes to the line. Daniel Johnson will be next. He gets the 35 to the line. As we see the rest of the field starting to stream down the straight here as we round out the final race for the day. Can't wait to go racing again with the Saloon cars tomorrow. They will have their first race quite late in the day, around 11:50, and then they'll close off the weekend with their 4:20 start tomorrow there as well. So Sutherland takes the win over Daniel Johnson, who's done another fantastic drive in his Falcon. Angels Leoncini. We go to Andrew McSwain, who held off Nash Harris all the way to the end. To Tonks, then Glenn Campbell is the next car on the road. Jeffy Thomas home with an 8th place finish. That's a ripping result for the AU Falcon driver. One of those guys that comes to the racetrack for all the right reasons, wants to do laps, wants the camaraderie, just enjoys it, gets away, and there goes Jeff across the line to complete the Sedan Hotel race number 1 for the Saloon cars. You can see the silhouette there of the checkered flag just being waved here. Magnificent Victorian countryside, as we will cross down to pit lane to round out our telecast for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Down to Callum Brannigan.
Thank you, Darren. Well, that's it. That's been day one of round 2 of the VSRS, the Vic State Racing Series. And we sincerely thank you for joining us for all the action live and free on Blendline TV. And the best part is we get to do it all again tomorrow, starting at 8:30 a.m. with the E30 Racing Series in the morning. We're expecting another roasting day under the sun, about 27 degrees once again. But as I said before, that's it. Please tune in live and free on Blendline TV on the Facebook or YouTube channel. Until then, bye for now.